Um, Good morning. I would like to welcome those members of the public and press watching today's meeting of the Combined Authority Board. Filming and photography are allowed at all of our public meetings, so please feel free to film, take pictures or tweet during the meeting. I would also like to thank Cambridgeshire County Council for hosting the board this month. There are no fire drills scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will move to the muster point, which is on the green at the front of the building. Can I ask members of the authority and the public to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place? We'll now move on to the meeting, which item 1.1 is announcements, apologies for absence and declarations of interest. First of all, I'd just like to begin by placing on record my thanks to Kim Sawyer, who will be leaving us at the end of November for her contribution to the Combined Authority. We wish her every success for the future. I'll just now quickly just go off piece to say how delighted I was to be in Cambridge yesterday visiting the AstraZeneca Research and Development Office and had the pleasure of meeting Pascal, the CEO for AstraZeneca, but also somewhat surprisingly got to shake the hand of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, who happened to come off his speech and walk towards me and said, "Are you one of the scientists?" To which I said, "Well, sort of. I'm a doctor of medicine and surgery, but I'm really here as the mayor for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough." To which he said, "Well, you must be very proud." And I just want to put it on record that yesterday was a very good day for me as the leader of the Combined Authority Board and the Combined Authority. And it gave me great pride to be at that opening, knowing that there is so much that we can be so very proud of here in Cambridge and Peterborough. So thank you for all the arrangements there yesterday. Right, I would like to now ask the Democratic Services Officer if there are no of any apologies.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies have been received from the Police and Crime Commissioner, who is substituted by John Peach, the Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, and from Councillor Edna Murphy, the Fire Authority representative. Councillor Nessinger has been held up and will be joining us shortly.
Okay, thank you. And actually on that note, I'd just like to congratulate John. And nice to meet you for the first time on your recent appointment as Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, and very much welcome you to today's meeting. Thank you. Does any member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest in any items being considered today? Okay, nothing there. So declarations of interest can also be made at any point during the meeting. Thank you. Item 1.2 is the minutes of the meeting on the 27th of October and the action log. We are being asked to approve the minutes as an accurate record. If any member wishes to raise a question on the accuracy of the minutes only, can you indicate that now? I see no objections, so we will take the minutes as approved unanimously, and I will enjoy signing them. An updated action log was published yesterday and circulated electronically to the board. Are there any particular questions on the action log? Okay. Item 1.3 is petitions. We have received no petitions this time, so we will move on. And item 1.4 now is public questions. We have received one question this month from Lara Davenport-Ray on behalf of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Climate Action Coalition. A copy of the question has been published on the Combined Authority website and was circulated in advance to the board for information. The question was addressed jointly to me and to Councillor Smith in her capacity as our lead member for the environment and climate change. Laura is today joining us remotely. You now have up to 2 minutes to ask your questions. Hello, Laura. Lovely to see you.
Hello, good morning. Yes, my question is on behalf of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Climate Action Coalition. At the September 2021 meeting of this board, several members observed the absence of carbon accounting in the proposals put before them. And I see that items in the November agenda again ask this board to make decisions about spending on large projects without considering carbon implications. Today, you've been asked to consider spending on several projects like the St. Neots High Street Fund, investments in Ely and Soham, and improvements to the Neen Parkway. Spending decisions like these have a significant impact on the environment and ecology of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Environmental assessments may well have been carried out on these projects, but they're not included in the paperwork put before you today. Having an environmental assessment is not a tick box exercise. Not only officers, but also board members need to assess the environmental impact of a project against each funding proposal. Most of the proposals put before you do, however, contain a section titled Significant Implications, and this currently includes financial and legal consequences. I suggest that this would be a suitable place for environmental implications to be summarized for your view as well. My question is this: are environmental and carbon implications just as significant to this board's decision-making, if not more so, than financial and legal implications? Shouldn't carbon accounting and environmental impact be provided to this board with every proposal? How can you make sustainable, forward-thinking, and responsible decisions without this information? If growth is the indicator by which this board plans to measure its success, then spending on growth projects with zero-sum carbon or negative carbon implications should be prioritized. Our region needs the leaders in this room to support this type of responsible decision-making.
Thank you, Lara. The response is: the Combined Authority agrees with you that climate and environmental considerations should be taken into account in these decisions. It is currently in the process of updating the decision framework to align with this and a new strategic policy approach. Combined Authority decisions on funding must comply with the authority's assurance framework and policies. The board decided in principle in October to amend the assurance framework in order to incorporate climate assessments in all decisions. However, until the assurance framework is formally amended, the authority needs to take decisions under the framework currently in place. The Constitution and assurance framework also require our funding to be allocated in line with the Combined Authority's strategic policy ambitions. On today's agenda is the draft Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement. This describes the 6 themes that will inform the Combined Authority's future investment programme. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that climate is one of those themes. The draft statement will be consulted on alongside the draft budget, and if agreed, alongside the budget, will come into effect in January. The review of the assurance framework and project management guidance will take account of the consultation on the draft Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement. Should potential changes result in significant divergence from the current approved assurance framework, those adjustments must be agreed with the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, as set out in the National Local Growth Assurance Framework Guidance. Both the final version of the statement and related changes to the assurance framework will be presented to the board for adoption at its next meeting in January, as set out on the published forward plan. Lara, you have up to a minute to ask one supplementary question, if you so wish.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Johnson, in your first mayoral question time on Monday, you said, challenge me, make me do things better, particularly with regard to taking on the climate crisis. And our coalition of climate groups will gladly provide you with that challenge. However, you are only one of the many change makers in the meeting today. And I urge all of you, district leaders, city leaders, the Police and Crime Commission, NHS decision makers, to return to your officers with the same challenge that I've highlighted today. And I commend you that are already doing this, but expect that decisions that are brought to you are brought with clearly highlighted environmental implications. You have knowledgeable and experienced teams working for you, and they will rise to that challenge. And this is the only way that a true system change will begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara. As I said, I'm sure myself and the board accept the challenge of the climate crisis. I don't think there was a second question in there, but I would like to say, I hope we can all work collaboratively together across the board and with all organisations in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough for the better of all of our communities to take on that challenge. Thank you. Okay, thank you again, Lara. I'm now going to move on to part 2, which is finance. Item 2.1 is the Budget Monitor Update Report for November 2021. This report was upgraded to a key decision on the 16th of November under General Exception Arrangements. John Alsop, our Chief Finance Officer, is attending the meeting remotely and will now introduce the report. Over to you, John. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Good morning, members. This report provides the board with an update of the financial position of the Combined Authority for the 6-month period to the 30th of September 2021. A summary of the revenue position, including actual spend to date and forecast outturn against budget for the year, is shown under paragraph 3.1. Overall, the position shows a favourable forecast variance of £5.6 million, which is an increase of approximately 1.6 million compared to the previously reported position. This is substantially due to underspends in two main areas. As has been previously reported in previous meetings, the adult education budget programme has been affected by the pandemic, which has seen a national drop in enrolments, and that's led to a forecast underspend for the year. And to mitigate this, the team will be commissioning additional work and will be looking to provide more opportunities for residents to participate. Secondly, the Energy Hub's public sector decarbonisation programme is now forecasting an underspend of 1.4 million. This relates to the recruitment of specialists staff to support public sector organisations with decarbonisation, and the majority of this expenditure is now expected to be incurred in the next financial year. The grant income lines reflect £2.8 million of additional funds, as has been reported to previous board meetings. This is for the AEB, Energy and Growth Hub, and for the Local Authority Capability Fund, which is subject to a separate board paper on the agenda. There have been two updates to the staffing budgets since the last report. Firstly, the inclusion of the Energy Hub staff for the year. That's approximately £722,000, so it's an additional cost on the staffing budget. That is to be met in full by Energy Hub funding streams, so there is an equal income budget line adjustment to match that increased cost. There are also additional staffing pressures for a temporary resource in transport, and for additional support in legal governance and HR, again to support changes in the development and activities in the wider organisation, for example, to support the Energy Hub and to the passenger transport team. The capital programme and capital grant income summary tables are shown under paragraph 4.1. The affordable housing grant programme line reflects the updated position following confirmation of £18.7 million for 18 schemes to deliver 1,188 affordable homes in the area. The Business and Skills Directorate is forecasting an £8.6 million underspend due to delays on a combination of two capital programmes. Firstly, in the Green Home Grant Capital Programme, which reflects delays in agreeing the delivery model with managing agents and with issues with supply chain, which are problems which have been experienced by all energy hubs. Discussions are currently being held with BEIS to agree funding extension, and a paper will be brought to the board in January to update the position on that. There have been three material changes to the delivery and strategy programme. First of all, the A10 dualling project, forecasting a further £560,000 underspend, which will be carried forward as slippage into the next financial year. There's the impact of the winding up of the CAM programme, which will release approximately 3.25 million back into reserves, and also there's the impact of the board's decision to fund with speech access strategy to the completion of the detailed design stage. The reported capital spend overall is 29% of forecast spending year, which is lower than might be expected at this time of year. There's two main factors that explain that. First of all, that some programmes have only been approved in year, And secondly, that the majority of the authority's expenditure is spent on providing grant against grant claims, and there is a lag between expenditure being incurred and grant claims being received and being paid. The paper also recommends that the board approve the reinstatement of a £750,000 capital budget that had been previously approved by the board, but had been removed in June 2020, following an announcement in the March 2020 budget by the Chancellor that the project would be funded by the Department for Transport moving forward. The original allocated capital funding for the Cambridge South Station programme was approximately £15.75 million worth of capital, which had been profiled across 2021, 22 and 22-23 financial years. And the assumption that was made at the June refresh of the medium-term financial plan was that all of this was no longer to be required. However, the £750,000 approved element is still needed in order to satisfy existing outstanding commitments. As with previous versions of this report, detailed breakdowns of revenue and capital budget lines are shown in the appendices, together with a greater level of narrative detail for some of the more material variances. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So the recommendations are that we are noted the financial position of the combined authority, and that's for noting only, but then also the approval of the reinstatement of that 750k budget for Cambridge South Station. But I am assuming we want to open the report to discussion. The floor is open. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's a matter of some concern as to how we've managed to cancel £750,000 of committed expenditure that's under contract to Network Rail, only to find that they're sending in invoices and we've got no budget line to pay it against. It seems to be slightly chaotic. I absolutely support the reinstatement of it, but I am very concerned as to kind of how it's happened in the first place. I didn't really hear, I mean, it's a mistake, but it's a very concerning mistake that we're cancelling, you know, existing contracted expenditure and then having to have a board decision to reinstate it. It's just a bit worrying. I particularly wanted to ask though about the delay on the A10. So at page 48, we're supposed to have more detail about exceptions and changes to the proposed planned expenditure. And the last item on page 48 is item 9, which is the A10 dualling. But apart from saying, you know, there's a delay, it tells me absolutely nothing. So I'm interested to understand whether the project has been reprofiled in terms of its timing, or quite what is going on and why there is a delay. I also just wanted to say, I don't know how other people feel, but given that we've got the budget later on our agenda today, I do think it would be helpful to have our Chief Financial Officer here in the room for such an important item. But you know, I appreciate we've got COVID and everything. We're trying not to drag people around the county, but it's just my feeling. But particularly interested in what's going on with the A10, please.
John, do you want to come in with an answer around the A10 from a financial point of view?
Yes, thank you. So there is a note in Appendix 4 on the A10. My understanding is that.
So what page is that, John? Sorry.
Apologies. I've got a printed paper here, but that would be.
It's 48.
Yeah, that's the page I referred to, but it just says there's a delay. It doesn't give me any detail behind why there's a delay. Okay,
apologies. My understanding is that obviously we have a delivery partner with the county council, and that the county council are taking a paper to their highways committee in January to seek approval to develop the scope and progress of the scheme. That's the information I've had. Obviously, if we can provide you with further information if you need that.
I think obviously we need to come back to that, because I'm keen to know.
I mean, if that's the case, I would have a fundamental concern about that. The idea that the county council who we are commissioning to carry out highways work, like we could commission any highways contractor. We've got a contract with them to do work. That does not require governance oversight of the county council to go through their highways committee, as though they can somehow block a decision on moving forward with the A10 work. We are commissioning this A10 work. We happen to be commissioning the county council. And I have serious concerns that is being put through a governance structure at the county council where there are going to be, and it's causing delays. And if that's the case, why didn't we know about this in advance? Like, I'm really concerned about this, and I'd like further detail back. And I don't think it should be going through a governance structure at the county council in that.
I will defer to my CEO on that answer.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Bailey. I don't have the full story, but I can tell you a little bit around why the county council needs to take a considered view on it. It's to do with the difference between revenue and capital funding. And if the scheme were not to go ahead, it would have to be classified, as it came to them, as revenue funding as opposed to capital. And I think that's why their Highways Committee needs to take a view on it.
And if the Highways Committee decides it doesn't want to continue with working on this project, presumably we would need to look for someone else to commission the work.
Well, I think what I'd like to do is to come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Hello, Councillor Singer. Hi, Lucy. Is there any further questions?
Apologies for being late. I'm very sorry.
No problem. We understand. You've got the message. Are there any other questions in regard to John's report? Okay. Well, that's time now. We would obviously move to the vote, which is one on the A to note, and then obviously on the actual additional monies. So we will move to the vote. I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. A reminder to those watching the meeting that co-opted members do not have voting rights on any matters, although they, as I've said to you, are very welcome and encouraged to contribute to our debates. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Herbert. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. I think, are we okay? That's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to 2.2, which is the draft Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement and 2022-23 draft budget and the medium-term financial plan 2022 to 2026. John Alsop, thank you again, stays with us to introduce this report and is also joined by Paul Rains, our Director of Strategy. John and Paul, thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to do this in two parts, and I think Paul is going to go to kick off with the growth ambition statement.
Thank you, John. Yes, Mayor, board members, we're taking these items together because of the relationship between them. Because as you know, under the assurance framework, and indeed under the framework set out by the government's Green Book, for us to spend money, we need to be spending against policy priorities. And so the policy framework and the expenditure are intimately related. We have, since November of 2018, had a strategic policy statement called the Growth Ambition Statement in place. That reflects a number of policies on which the board has since made changes, so that needs to be updated. And so we've brought to you a revised policy statement, which we've added a word, we've labeled it the Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement. This restates our existing devolution deal commitment to headline growth in the size of the economy, in GVA. But it recognises that GVA is a measure of annual income, and that our growth target is a 25-year growth target. So what we are doing through this Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement is looking not just at annual income, but at the quality of growth and at the change in our collective wealth in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough that will be taking place, and at its sustainability. Basically, we're looking at, are we not just getting growth, but are we getting good growth? The approach we've taken is modelled on something that some board members may be familiar with called the 6 capitals approach, which is a measure of wealth, of the stock of assets, of sustainability. It's quite a widely recognised approach. Actually, I found out that the 6 capitals thinking, in fact, is referenced in a report that the G7 summit took when the G7 met earlier this year, and is name-checked slightly in the G7 communique. It's also an approach adopted by quite a number of large and successful commercial companies, locally Yorkshire Water, Anglian Water in the UK, but also multinationals like Tata Steel and Investec use this approach. Some other public bodies use a similar approach, Cornwall Council, for example. Well, we will see what comes in the government's Levelling Up white paper, but some of our contacts with the Cabinet Office over the last few weeks have suggested that this thinking is not a million miles away from some thinking that's going on in government. And it may not be a coincidence. If you look back to June of 2018, Michael Gove, now the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, gave a speech about human and natural capital formation to the Policy Exchange think tank back then. Board members may want to be reassured that the approach we're taking here is compatible with the Green Book, and in fact it will reinforce our ability to bring forward Green Book compatible business cases. And I've had a discussion with the Treasury's Green Book unit as we were preparing the papers we brought you today. The next step, so though we're not obliged to consult on this policy statement, because we are aiming to consult on the MTFP over the coming weeks, we're suggesting that there should be a consultation alongside on this policy statement. And then in January, we would bring back to you the version of the statement, the results from that, together with some proposals on how to take this forward. And this relates back to the public question, I suppose, that you took a few moments ago, around how to embody this in our performance management arrangements, and indeed in any tidying up amendments we'd need to make in the assurance framework to cross-reference. And that's the proposal, Mayor.
Thank you. I assume now John's going to come in.
Unless you'd like to take any questions or comments on Paul's part of the paper.
Yeah, I've an indication from the floor. We're going to talk about the statement now. So if that's okay, and then we'll think Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I welcome the draft statement which we have in front of us. I think it's important for us to see that so that we can see a direction of travel. And I understand the requirement for it. I'm a little bit concerned about the balance which there is within it, and particularly in relation to reduction of inequalities within the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area. And those inequalities aren't merely economic inequalities, but also social inequalities and health inequalities. And when we had the Spear report, it was a very interesting comment we saw within the Spear report stating that if we wished to see gross value added increase as quickly as possible, the best way to do it would be to concentrate our efforts in those areas which were already the ones which were the richest and the most prosperous and the most successful, and that would be the quickest way to get GVA increased. But it pointed out that that would then increase the inequalities that were within the area, and that it was necessary to draw a balance between the two. And I think we need to continue to draw a balance between the two. And in particular, I think it's important that we don't let ourselves get into a position where we have increasing inequalities. And I'm not sure that we are sufficiently emphasizing that point. I think that we really do need to put that point in as one of our strategic objectives. Thank you, Mayor.
On that, I couldn't agree more, Councillor Bowden. A comment to come in from Councillor Herbert.
I think we were planning to have a session together on some of the themes, and I think that's important. some of the language that the government's followed, and I respect a lot, almost all that they've done on levelling up, reminds me a little bit about when I was younger and successive Labour governments and Conservative governments believing that just by targeting spend into certain geographies, it would actually change the world. And I do think that the way that expenditure has been spread has targeted Peterborough, Fenland and other districts. I mean, Cambridge City or South Cambridgeshire did come into this deal looking to be part of a big geography. And I just think, Mayor, that as part of the statement that there should be this more encompassing approach to some projects, because if you just take the event that you went to, which we celebrate yesterday with AstraZeneca, they came with 2,300 jobs. They've now got 4,000 jobs based in or near Cambridge. But the actual production and the benefits go into different places. They don't make the pharmaceuticals in Cambridge. And I do think, just taking that as a slightly aside example, that we just need to look particularly at issues like skills. So we've had some very productive discussions with companies like AstraZeneca and ARM and the Cambridge geography. And yes, it is a little bit of a bubble, and there does need to be far more integration in that kind of a discussion. But if we just take the issue of skills and the excess of job vacancies across all sorts of sectors, that the combined authority, working with the county, working with other partners, has got a real job to do in the next 5 years. And I'm just arguing, Mayor and Councillor Bowden, that we do some more holistic initiatives on that. And yes, we can spend on market towns, and we've got a great initiative with the University in Peterborough. And we do need to assess the connectivity going north-south as well as the A47. So we do need those projects, but I just think that as a combined authority, we've still got a gap to fill. And that builds on some really excellent work by the business board and by the team. So for me, skills has got to be at the heart of what we do, and at the heart, and it is reflected in this. And I think some of our language has to be the right mixture. So I didn't think that Labour got it right, and I just think some of the easiest of language at the moment takes us down a blind alley.
Over to Councillor Singer.
Thank you. You won't be surprised to know that I agree with Councillor Herbert about skills.
Okay, yeah, so figure.
Sorry.
Yeah,
so actually there were a number of things that I wanted to pick up on other than that, and I will say some more about that in a minute. The first is that I think we're all very focused on inequality and how to deal with that across the county. There are lots and lots of aspects of that inequality. It's not just geographic, although geography is clearly part of it. It won't be an enormous surprise to some people here to know that my view previously has been that too much emphasis has been placed on trying to tackle inequality by allowing people to drive to different areas. And I think that the Brexit and the pandemic between them mean that we really need to have a different look at how we tackle inequality across the whole area. I think the pandemic in particular has made it much more likely that more people are going to want to work more often from home, and it's made, and that actually provides enormous opportunities for some areas of the county. But we need to make sure that working from home right across the county is both practical and a really positive thing that people want to do, that actually having people wanting to spend more time in our market towns is a real opportunity for those market towns, and for making sure that right across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, people are wanting to spend lots of time in their local communities. But that means that those local communities also need to be thriving. There's lots of work going on that. The skills piece of that jigsaw puzzle is also incredibly important, and the things that Lewis was just saying about our larger businesses being really concerned about the skills gaps that they have and how we make sure we fill those skills gaps is also crucial. And it's not just our larger businesses, actually, it's some of our public sector employees, and certainly the county council is very worried about how we're going to find the people to do the jobs that we need to be done at the moment. And I know that our health partners are feeling exactly the same. So that skills shortage is a massive issue, and one that we need to be tackling really urgently. And I wanted to draw everyone's attention. Are we allowed to discuss both bits of this document at the moment, or do you want me to come back on the thing I wanted to draw people's attention to on page 88, which is the mayoral priorities? I can talk about that later if you would prefer. 80, well, the bit I want to talk about is on 88. Are you happy for me to talk about both bits, Nick? Or do you want me to do that in a minute?
It's sort of an appendix. I mean,
fine.
I think it may well develop, and then obviously I think other people may want to come in. So if we go down that route, we go down that route.
Fine. I did really want to draw attention to the item in the priorities on page 88, which is the further education cold spots in Ely and St Neots, which is the final thing on page 88, which I'm so pleased to see is in there. I think it's a really, really important thing for us to be tackling. The difference in opportunities for young people in Ely and St Neots and the Ely and St Neots areas from the opportunities that are available to young people in Cambridge or Huntingdon or Peterborough is enormous, and it's a huge discouragement to them for kind of seeing all the potential paths that they could take forward. I think that for some young people in this in our county, when they get to 16, the variety of different courses that they could take is phenomenal. In other areas, all they're really offered are more of the same courses that they might have been taking at GCSE. And for some young people, actually, they've had enough of studying history and chemistry, and they really want to be doing something different. And we need to make sure that those opportunities are available, not only in Cambridge, Huntingdon and Peterborough, as they are already, but also in St Neots and Ely, and are within easy distance, not very expensive distance of lots and lots of young people. So I'm really pleased that's in there. I think it's incredibly important for this whole idea of making sure that we are tackling inequality. So I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
By all means. Austin Adams.
Thank you. I've been quite critical for a while about not having this. So I think this is a very, very welcome step and very well done. Thank you for that. It's unfortunate it's probably 6 months behind when it needed to have been done, but we are where we are. The next important step for me really in the consultation process is to make sure that we get the feedback that allows us to wrestle with the balance of the various elements here. My ask to officers, I think, is to think very carefully about how we pose the questions in the consultation, so we do get some sense of that in the feedback. Building on from that, I think the consultation also needs some careful handling from a business perspective. Businesses will recognise this, but they won't understand it. It is not in a language that they think in these terms on a day-to-day basis. They're driven by cash and profit and growth. I would like to see maybe some focus groups with various business people to help them to understand and to get appropriate feedback around what they would like in terms of balance here, such that we business people like decision support matrices with hard numbers, with weightings that we can use to make wholly, objective and independent assessments of decisions as we go forward. So to be able to put around this circle, what percentage weighting do we attribute to each one of these areas so that they can be built into the decision-making processes, which then ultimately feeds into the budget and where the money gets spent. And that's really the connectivity that we need to develop. And we're about to debate the budget absent of any understanding of that. Therefore, it is imperative in my mind that this consultation piece does properly and very quickly capture that balance so that we've got that objectivity when we're deciding where the money gets spent.
It's a fair point. It's a slightly across thing. My observation is we obviously in the process at the same time of undertaking a consultation around the LTCP, and I think it was just to feed back the business representatives that we saw on Friday. They were actually interestingly, they wanted us to be more ambitious in regards to dealing with issues around the climate. That actually was in regard to, we've already mentioned them, they're getting a free advert here, AstraZeneca, about what they're trying to achieve. So I think it is important, that we involve the business board, and I think it's an important point to make. So thank you, Austin. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Are we just confined?
Sorry. So I say.
Bridget, were you first?
Sorry, no, I'll go Councillor Smith and then Councillor Bailey. Sorry.
I think I was invisible.
No. Oh,
that's
no,
all right.
No.
Thank you very much. Okay. So this is a massive departure from where we've been for the last 4 years, and my view is that it's extremely welcome. It's been such a battle to get sustainability on the top of the list of priorities for this, sustainability in terms of environment and health and well-being into the top of the agenda for this board. So it's very, very welcome indeed. So, we now have, I think in the first paragraph, about the inclusion of the 3 Cs. And actually what that's saying is that there's going to be a lesser focus on GVA, which I think has really restricted and limited us and has failed to make us relevant to most of the people living in our region. So by now including additional metrics such as, which could be relevant to our specific geographies, to each of our districts, such as the number of new companies setting up or relocating to our area, the health and well-being index, the number of jobs created, the average salary values increasing, the education attainments increasing into pockets, the amount of green space, the number of trees, and so on and so forth. This suddenly makes what we do completely relevant to people, and they will start engaging with us, because it still really surprises me how very, very few people have ever heard of the Combined Authority, know we have it, know we have a mayor, and certainly have any understanding at all about what we do and why it is, arguably a good thing that we are here. So I absolutely welcome this refocusing. I was at a meeting of Cambridgeshire Head early last week. They're talking about doing a refresh of the SPEAR. What's interesting is that they are pretty despondent that none of the recommendations of the SPEAR have actually been delivered, and a lot of them haven't even been started. Now, I think we need to go back and look at why that is, because there was tremendous conflict with the housing numbers in SPEAR and what Lewis and I what our evidence supports in our emerging local plan, and certain members of Cambridgeshire Head still think that our housing, the housing numbers that we are currently considering are a huge underestimate, and I will fight them to the death on that one, because I know we're right, and we're not going to push growth that isn't supported by our own evidence. So I think we need to have some serious engagement with Cambridgeshire Head to make sure that if they're doing a refresh, that actually reflects our refocus to include sustainability and these new metrics as well, because their evidence base was very significant, bearing in mind that the Combined Authority rather bizarrely outsourced its economic review to another body. I mean, that's really was quite a peculiar thing to do 4 years ago, not to do it ourselves, but to outsource it to a body which represented the top 40 odd companies in Cambridge, because actually they're coming from a different place from us. So I think if there is to be a refresh, we need to be absolutely certain, if it's going to be a document that we're going to be relying on, that actually we are really, really steering it. Otherwise, we're going to get ourselves in a pickle on that one. Picking up on the mayoral priorities, which I welcome and support. On the one, I'd just like a slight tweak, please, on the one about revitalising market towns and village programmes. Could it just be changed a bit to say something along the lines of revitalising market towns and villages programmes alongside supporting new towns and new communities as part of ambitious regional homes and jobs growth, because that allows for the new towns that Lewis and I are delivering in Northstowe, Cambourne and Waterbeach, and possibly any others that might be might be happening in the area as well. I think there's a serious role for the combined authority in supporting that large scale strategic development. And just picking up on Lucy's last point about it not being the right thing to, to put in fast transport to connect people who are living very remotely from work. Mayor and I were both at COP26. I don't know if you heard the presentation from the Mayor of Paris about the 15-minute cities programme, where what she is trying to do, and I think it's inspirational stuff, is where people are living 20 kilometres away from where they work. The answer is not to put in a super fast metro to connect them where they work, because all that does is encourage more people to live 20 kilometres away from where they work. What you've actually got to do is to incentivise them to live closer to where they work. And again, I think that's something that the combined authority can be picking up, because that then increases people's health and their wealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, and thank you for the memory of COP26. It was an inspirational event. Councillor Bailey, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually don't think this is a massive departure. I think it's been amended, but it builds on what was already there. Climate change and environmental considerations and health considerations are absolutely vital. We said it at the very first board meeting when the new mayor came into the administration, that they are the golden thread that need to run through absolutely everything that we do. And it's why the public question is slightly disappointing that we still haven't got a section on all of our reports looking at health implications and climate change implications, and we're working on that. But they are not the core tasks that we receive our funding for. They are vital considerations in everything that we do. But, so I don't honestly think we're at any odds of this. And I believe that levelling up and supporting health equality outcomes will deliver economic improvements and conditions for people, and that will help to drive GVA. Just on the spear, of course, Ryan's just reminded me, it was an independently commissioned report, which is why it was not written in-house by ourselves. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been very independent. On the growth ambition statement, just technical things on the actual document, because we're being asked to sign this document off today. And I think it would be very weird if we left certain things in it, like, does this approach represent a retreat from our commitment to DVA, and is it consistent with the Treasury's Green Book? Those are commentary on it for our consideration. I personally don't feel they form part of a growth ambition statement, and they ought to come off the final version. There's also some stuff in there that still says we need to check this. So on page 81, under innovation, it says ensuring this area can continue to support the most dynamic and dense knowledge economy in Europe. Check. So I think it needs cleaning up. And it may be my lack of understanding as to the purpose of this document. I haven't looked, I must confess, at any of the other combined authorities' version of this document and how detailed it is. This is clearly very high level for me. It's sort of okay as far as it goes. It sets out the considerations that we're taking into account in our investment programme, but it doesn't really give our public a sense of what it is that we're going for particularly. I mean, I think it tries to do that on page 81, but I think it maybe could do a better job at that. But I don't really know what this document exactly is for, and I haven't compared it to other CAs, so. Yeah, and then we're doing the budget separately, are we? I'll come on to the budget. Yeah, thanks.
Paul, obviously this is one that we've kind of bashed around a little bit, and I think you have been absolutely front and centre in helping myself and the combined authority try to shape it. Do you want to respond to Councillor Bailey's question about the what's it all for?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And by the way, just also to respond to Councillor Bailey's other point, yes, I realised we'd left in that little square brackets, which would indeed need to come out. And you're right, Councillor Bailey, that the two questions at the end are really commentary for the board rather than for the final version of the document. In terms of where it sits, should the board want to adopt this, when we come to January's board meeting, we will then be bringing you obviously an updated MTFP, which you'll talk about in a moment. But also on the agenda for January, we have a business plan for the coming financial year, proposals around a performance framework and a refresh of the assurance framework. And so what this document would do would be then to shape what we put to you as our proposed outcome measures, which obviously then would translate into the evidence that needed to come forward in business cases, which it plays to the point that Mr. Adams has made. And similarly, sorry, forgive me. Similarly, the business plan and the actions we're going to be taking during the coming year would then be shaped around these 6 priorities if these are the ones you choose to adopt. So basically the answer to Councillor Bailey is that this is a high-level statement that then shapes all of those things that drive how we will operationalise them.
Okay, can I just...
Is it similar to other combined authorities, or do they have something more detailed? Do we know?
I'm going to open that question back to Paul, and I'll actually want asking myself one. Paul, similar to other combined authorities? Yes or no?
It's, I mean, in terms of our exact sort of hierarchy of policies, it's reasonably similar. I mean, there's a sort of 3-level hierarchy. There's the devolution deal, absolutely the top, which sets the GVA objective. There are thematic strategies and policy statements like the LTCP, and this is the bit of glue in the middle that joins us together as an organisation. And if you look at the, I'm thinking actually the Liverpool City region business plan takes a similar sort of approach, where there's an overarching set of objectives that then drive the different silos of activity.
Thank you, Paul. Can I just clarify one point? It was actually came from Austin in regard to the sort of consultation, particularly with businesses. I mean, I'm aware that the statement and indeed the sort of fact the aspects of prioritisation is something that we're going to do as a board over the next few weeks. But in terms of, have we got anything specifically almost mimicking what we did for the LTCP, but could we do something with businesses? I know it's end of the year and there might be a bit of pressure on it, but can we at least try and act on that? I think this is as the suggestion from Austin, our representative of the business board.
We can certainly take that away and look at it. At the moment, there's a set of consultation materials ready to go, which are actually mainly aimed at a wider public. So if we may, Mayor, we'll take that away and see what we can tailor for business audiences and see whether we can stand up some engagement events.
That would be very much appreciated. Looking around, is there anybody want to make any further comments before we then go on to the next part of the report from John? I can't see any other indications, John, so the floor is back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So the second section of this paper recommends the board to approve the draft budget for 2022-23 and the medium-term financial plan for the periods to 2025-26, and to approve the timetable for consultation and those to be consulted. The timetable being set out under paragraph 2.3 and the proposed consultees as set out under paragraph 2.5. The overarching objective in the budget setting process was to set an affordable and balanced budget that will support the ambitions and the priorities of the Mayor and of the combined authority. We've taken account of the level of reserves which are expected to be brought forward from previous financial years, and of expected but pragmatic assumptions on annual funding streams from 22-23 onwards, to ensure that the spending plans are and continue to be affordable. It provides a clear presentation of capital and revenue budgets on a directorate basis, and of where budget lines have been already approved by the board, and of projects which are subject to approval. The budget and the MTFP, as proposed, does make provision for all revenue and capital expenditure lines, both approved and subject to approval, and to be affordable and to provide a balanced budget. it's been set with a light touch, as the combined authority is still in the process of refreshing its strategic vision for the area. Hence, the focus has been in the construction on updating and rolling forward existing budgets, updating for any known changes and reflecting recent board decisions. And this approach has intended to provide capital headroom, especially until such time as the combined authority has had the opportunity to refresh its major strategies in accordance with the new focus on sustainable growth as set out in Paul's growth ambition statement. To clarify, Appendix 4 of the papers provides a list of potential pipeline projects. They do not form part of the budget and the NTFP consultation. They represent the work to date of a continuing process to develop a shared vision and set of priorities. They just represent a potential projects that have been identified to date, with others to be brought forward for future consideration. There is no proposal to preset constituent authorities for the 22-23 financial year. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Your first question is from Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. We're not, I understand, being asked to approve this draft budget or the medium-term financial plan. My understanding is all we're being asked to do is to approve that they go for consultation. And of course, I just wanted to make sure that I got my understanding correct.
That's right.
Because quite clearly there's going to be some significant discussion taking place between now and the date that the budget and the MTFP, are going to be brought for approval to this board. So there will be significant discussions which will take place, and there may well be some significant adjustments to these numbers. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly. I very much welcome what we see in Appendix 4. I think it's important for us to be transparent about what opportunities there are and what possibilities there are for future expenditure, some of which may be brought forward to an earlier stage. Within your mayoral priorities, however, I did note a comment about the March to Wisbech very light rail business case. And certainly as far as we in Fenland District Council are concerned, we are a little bit concerned about that. Is that the only proposal which is currently being pushed forward by yourself, Mayor, the very light rail business case, rather than anything which actually involves direct connection between Wisbech and potentially Cambridge? Because what is being put forward there may not really reflect what we think might get the best value out of the possibilities which there are. So if you could tell us, please, Mayor, on that particular point, whether the very light business rail case is the only thing which is being pushed forward at the moment, that would be helpful. Do you want me to just let you answer that first before I go to my second point?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. Obviously, there has been lots of discussion about that particular challenge of connecting Wisbech and March, and that has been work that's been done previously within the combined authority, and I'm still would be potentially open to sort of the idea of heavy rail, but in all honesty, having spent a lot of time looking into this, I am minded that the very light rail option would be something that is much more deliverable in a time frame which will actually deliver for the communities, and I think will be financially much more successful. So I think it would be fair to say that I have focused on the very light rail option.
No, it's extremely helpful to us to understand what your priorities are. I would just correct you, there hasn't been a large amount for many years of discussion about the connection between March and Wisbech. It's been between Cambridge and Wisbech that we've been interested in. And that's what the discussion has been about. And we regard a March to Wisbech connection as being definitely a second best option and may not really be fit for the purpose that we originally were looking to achieve. But I very much appreciate, oh, sorry.
It's a point well made that there is a difference when you look at them from that challenge that I think we both want to sort of improve connectivity for that area of Cambridgeshire. Obviously, it's important to work with the representatives from the Fenland area and indeed across the whole of the board, but also then continue working with what work has already been done with our travel team. So it's a point noted.
That's very much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor. Second point I was going to make is also on Appendix 4, when we look at the transport projects. I'm first of all very grateful, Mayor, that finally the strategic outline business case for the Whittlesea Southern Relief Road has actually been listed and is publicly listed in a CPCA document, and I'm very grateful for that. We are finding ourselves in a situation where we are facing, with all 4 of the towns in Finland, all 4 of the market towns, we're facing transport issues, which are going to only to get worse. And I was a bit surprised that other items weren't included in that list. Now, whilst I appreciate that Appendix 2C, the budget numbers, already does include some items to do with the March Area Transport Study and the Wisbech Access Strategy, it has to be said that as far as the Wisbech Access Strategy is concerned, that has been substantially scaled down and hasn't yet even been fully approved, but it's been substantially scaled down from what was originally suggested. So there is nothing within these papers to alert us to the fact that there are further aspects of the Wisbech Access Strategy which we would like to raise for the future. And I just wonder whether the Wisbech Access Strategy and the March Area Transport Study should also be included in that list on Appendix 4, just to remind us that there are additional items over and above what has already been either approved or is being discussed at the moment, beyond the stages that we've got, which we will wish to see pushed forward. Because we do face this situation, all 4 of our towns are going to find themselves in difficulty as far as growth is concerned because of transport problems. In Chatteris, the transport problem is the A141, A142 roundabout. Again, not mentioned at all in this report. And whilst it's not necessarily the direct responsibility of the CPCA, and I'm not getting into an argument about whose responsibility it may be at the moment. That's not the purpose of this. I just wonder whether, given the strategic importance of it so far as Chatteris is concerned, whether it's appropriate to put that into the list as well, just so that we have a transparent and open list of all of the things which are potentially going to affect growth in the future so far as transport is concerned in Finland. Thank you.
As I sort of said in previous meetings as well, I never cease to acknowledge the fact that you're obviously advocating particularly for the area that you represent. I'm sure there is a way that we can work with all the proposals, and if they're not presented to us as a board in, as you say, in quite a fair and democratic way, we can obviously maybe look at working to that to make sure that nothing is forgotten about. I would just reiterate the point that probably in the same way that you're articulating for Finland, I'm sure many other colleagues and board members would say the same for their areas, and I would encourage them to make sure that they represent those needs for their communities as much. That we will put everything on the table. Unfortunately, we won't be able to afford everything. That's the nature of the devolution deal. We've only got so much cake to distribute.
Yes, you're exactly correct. I fully appreciate all of that, Mayor. And you're also correct to say that we will have to make decisions. And it's important when we make decisions that we see all of the options which there are on the table, as you say. And that's the request I'm making, just that it becomes transparent by being included in Appendix 4 and any further iterations of Appendix 4. That was all my request was.
No, I think it's fair. I suspect, I mean, in an ideal world, if we do this the right way, well, hopefully it's the right way, we'll do it all together, and we'll all be, we'll recognise the needs of different, as articulated by Councillor Herb at the start of the meeting, that, although we are here in our different roles representing different areas, that we should be thinking about the decision-making process that is for the whole of the county and is balanced and is equal and fair. So I agree.
Sorry, Mayor, did you say you agree?
I agree. I'm not saying which bit did I agree with. I was just trying to articulate the idea that we need to be holistic and follow the whole area. When we're making a decision, when they finally come to those decisions, when we're not moving forward with some of the proposals, it would be nice to think that the public see that as the board making the decision, not necessarily the mayor making the decision.
You ask if it's okay. I was asking, could those be added to the list so it's transparent?
As I've said, there is an ongoing process. I think this is not a final list of things that can be put. So yes, if there are things that people feel that are not there and they want to come to us, please do that. They will be discussed as part of our prioritisation process. Who's first? Councillor Herbert? Okay, over to Councillor Singer.
I was just going to say that if you are suggesting that Councillor Bowden's things might be added to the list, I think it's very important that other areas are given the same opportunity.
Yeah.
And that means that we need to have a kind of open discussion rather than it just being at the board that everywhere needs to be given possibly a sort of a form to fill in or something to say these are things we'd like to contribute, because I don't think it's quite right to have just one person turning up at the board with their project when other places haven't been invited to put projects forward.
I would argue that we have invited everybody to put things forward over many meetings, but the opportunity to discuss project is still there. If they're not there already, that doesn't mean to say they were completely ruled out.
And just to follow up, then in that case, that project that Councillor Bowden raised, which will have been included in the ones that you've already invited people to put forward.
Okay, fine. We'll go back to the list. Okay, Councillor Herbert.
So just on the theme of roundabouts, we had one in the 2017 programme, and it was sidelined because it was going to cost slightly more than was the original budget, and that's a very serious place in terms of accidents for cyclists and just the simple growth of that one roundabout. That was the only capital project that we had as a council in the original scheme. So I do think it would be right if each leader assisted just a very short list of priorities if they haven't already contributed. I wanted to speak fairly briefly on housing and very briefly on the ARC, partly because that just links into what we're doing. So on housing at the moment, and Councillor Smith's picked this up, there's currently a flatline proposal for 500k worth of overhead for the housing programme through this period. I don't think the profile will be the same, but we can but dream. We're working very hard and appreciating input from leaders, including Councillor Fitzgerald and others. We want, subject to the fact that planning is an arm's length process, to just get as many schemes to the table by March. Whilst there's all sorts of history, it was a really restrictive decision by Deluxe, as they're now called, in September, to only effectively give us 6 months. So we might put forward a case for 3 or 5 schemes to extend that by 6 months, but we haven't got any evidence that they'll agree to that. So I know that there are several schemes, particularly in the northern part of the county, or areas that are lower cost build, because that was just the way the cookie crumbled. So if as there's several schemes, particularly in Peterborough, and I know Peterborough's looking at substitutions, if other people can look at the schemes that are still to be completed in their area, I'm sure that that Roger Thompson will assist. But it does mean that whilst we've had productive discussions with Homes England in that they want to work with the combined authority, that we don't have the same level of programme to support, albeit that there's not an insignificant amount of work to be done in managing the return of loan commitments. And because if we don't get the loan commitments back, we won't be able to start certain schemes, and that will be a tragedy. But also just in ensuring that the money is managed well, because we've got a sequence of other payments to occur onwards. But the short of it is that we won't need 500k a year, and we will work with first of all officers, and then consult the board about exactly what the housing strategy is for going forward. Secondly, just briefly on the ARC, I mean, it's clearly an issue where government is discussing with the overall ARC what the arrangements will be. But I think that we've got to have a voice in that, because we have got, despite people thinking that we don't work well together, we've got a far better case both on the area on the ARC, but the whole of the combined authorities area, to put proposals through the ARC discussion and also to government. Hidden in the CSR in a way, because it didn't get much publicity, there's a significant amount of operational funding for the ARC, which I do think that we've got the opportunity to assist with, given that it needs to be linked to all of the work that Bridget's done on green infrastructure, but more broadly, it looks like government's focusing far more on a skills and employment focus for the ARC, rather than a housing focus. So I just raised that because I do think there's going to be a budget opportunity, but my main focus will continue to be on housing.
Thank you, Councillor Herbert. Austin Adams.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm content to move forward with this in the format it is at the moment, but recognising that there is still much to do in terms of shaping this as a result of the consultation. There are a number of feeds that will shape this, some of which we've already talked about. But let me just talk from a business perspective. You know, this area has enjoyed a considerable amount of investment, virtue of the level of the local growth fund, many tens of millions of pounds in the last 3 years, and government is no longer continuing to support that. It is replacing it with other vehicles to achieve the same ends, but often then taking a much more broader view of opportunities and positioning them under the likes of the levelling up fund, which is fine, and we have to reposition ourselves to make sure that we hitch our wagons to the right trains that are going in the right direction, virtue of the strategy and the direction that we've agreed to travel in, and that's all fine. Well, I am aware though that other combined authorities are continuing to ring fence funding to support businesses directly from their pot of funds, and where that works, I think, is just recognizing, for instance, we're reshaping our thinking around these 6 key themes, and let's just take environment as an example. We know that some of the challenges that sit behind our ability to deliver on that commitment require business to invest in new technologies, new supply chains, more people, different growth, different products, different services, different skills. And the private sector is not going to step up to the plate quickly to do that. The private sector will sit there and wait to see the opportunities incubate and get some grounding before they're prepared to put their money in. And there is a missed opportunity if we do not have some means of funding that to help businesses to invest, not help businesses to comply with their obligations of the changing world and the changing requirements, but to be able to capitalize on it and to help us to be able to deliver the technologies, to be able to deliver the products and services that can move the needle on that particular area, then we're going to fail, because we're already seeing areas where our obligations are stretched because there is not a supply chain that can deliver to it. We have an opportunity to fix that, but it comes at a price. And in my mind, we have to be cognizant of that when we're setting a budget, to recognize the need for that. This plan on business and skills basically says we don't spend any money after 2 years in this area. And there are not other opportunities in terms of funding that's going to take up the slack that I can see.
I'm just listening, and as ever, Austin, and I think you articulated a very strong point, in the same way that I was asking Paul about having a sort of conversation in the, as quickly as possible with business representatives about getting the you know, the direction of travel and the alignment around these 6 pillars, I think it's only fair that if we're talking about that, we maybe acknowledge that for all those people who are going out the way to kind of to work with us, maybe that we should be thinking about sort of funding streams as you have described. It hasn't been articulated in this document, and that's the very reason we need to continue that dialogue. So thank you for that, and that's I think an important point for John and for Paul to take away is from that intervention. Thank you, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. I think it begs the question whether Appendix 4 ends up as mayoral priorities or CPCA priorities, because there's some things there that you've set out from your own personal perspective, but you're asking us to contribute to that. So obviously they're going to be worked up into CPCA priorities. And it sounds to me, Austin's just made a fantastic pitch. The narrative in the documents say that we've got significant headroom in the capital expenditure. And Austin just made a great pitch about potential opportunities to replace what is now lost funding, and the other stuff is filtering through, but in a very, very different way. And it's not directly there at the hands of the business board to dish out in match funds and do the fantastic work that the business board has been doing for the last 4 years. So I've more recent years. So I think we should definitely add that onto the list. And that was a great pitch. I'm surprised as well, given that people are talking about their pet projects, not to have seen the A10 crossing at the BP roundabout in Ely on the mayoral's priority list, on the basis that the mayor's advisor told me that he was looking to bring it forward. So I'm surprised it's not.
For the record, I'm a bit surprised as well. I was flicking through it. Oh, I think we need to talk about that. But yes,
yeah. Just back onto the budget though, we are being asked today to consider and approve this for consultation. And I do note that there are no changes to the existing projects in the budget and the medium-term financial plan, and use of the word significantly doesn't contain indicative substantial new investments, and that significant capital headroom remains. And I think this is indicative of kind of where we're at with this budget. It's a very difficult process trying to set a budget where we haven't got our priorities in shape. So we're in a difficult position. It talks about the fact at 2.9 that there will be continued consultation with constituent councils and board members on the items in Appendix 4. I was very disappointed at the last board meeting that we were being asked to sign off a public consultation on the local transport plan without having the words for the vision and without seeing the materials that were going out to public consultation just one working day later. And I found it very difficult to understand what we were publicly consulting on. And I said that. So in advance of this meeting, I asked for details of the public consultation materials. They were sent around very late last night, but I think they speak to Austin's concerns, because they are not going to, unfortunately, the public consultation starts tomorrow morning at presumably at 9 o'clock. And they are not going to elicit anything very helpful, I fear, because there are only 2 questions in the public consultation. It's very tricky doing a public consultation on what the combined authority does. Don't get me wrong; it's a tough thing to try and describe what we do. But I'm worried that there is no opportunity for public consultation on the mayoral's Appendix 4 and the development of that. So we're not asking our public what they think. We're not really even in the public consultation materials asking them where their priorities are. Basically, there are only 2 questions. It asks for comments on the growth ambition statement, and it asks for comments on the budget and the MTFP. It's just a free text box. I just don't think we're going to get anything helpful from, all the constituent authorities and key stakeholders will write in and have a say, but we're not going to get anything from our public based on this public consultation. I'm really sorry. It's just not going to be meaningful at all. And there's no time to do anything about that now, really, as far as I can tell. I recognise, Mayor, that you didn't expect to be elected and that you didn't come in with a massive policy platform. But we are now 7 months into a 4-year term. And I would have expected to see some stuff properly in the budget process. It is good to see plans finally coming forward at Appendix 4. Despite the undeveloped policy position that we're in, Mayor, you did propose at the Leaders Strategy to charge every household in our geography the full level of precept, which would have raised £6 million, and you had some ideas on how you wanted to spend that money. I think in a budget that has very significant headroom, our public would be somewhat surprised that we were potentially going to charge a precept, and I am very grateful to you that that has not made it.
Can I just sort of come in? Obviously, we have them. I think we obviously have the leaders strategy meeting, which I think are important forums to have those sorts of discussions.
Well, and that's why I'm just saying I'm very pleased to see that it hasn't made it into the papers
generally, I would
today.
assume that so that we can speak freely in those sorts of events. I would think we would be respectful of the kind of privacy of those conversations.
Well, sorry, I was trying to say thank you for not bringing it forward. That's all. Well, I was just recognising the fact that we've taken a collective decision.
I take your thanks, and maybe I'll make a comment afterwards.
Okay, so I'm concerned that the items in Appendix 4 can't make it into any sort of meaningful public consultation. I also just want to pick up on what Lewis was talking about, the housing budget. So just specifically, I'm concerned that we are proposing to retain the very significant housing team cost. The current budget is just under 600,000. The new budget line says 500,000. We know that we don't currently have a housing remit beyond March 22, other than a sort of monitoring and performance mechanism for the projects that will be on the ground by that date. And I'm pleased to see that the 8 affordable housing principles have been put on hold. They were voted against at the Housing Committee. But it is a very, very expensive budget line to just consider whether or not, and if we have any future role in a housing remit across our geography. I totally appreciate that there is a complete restructure and significant organisational look at the staffing structure going on. But I think there is room for amending that budget line, definitely. I mean, it even said so in the papers that came forward to the Housing Committee. We know that the future funding is coming through Homes England. We know that it's business as usual for developers and the district councils as the housing authorities to, it's just business as usual to gain funds through those mechanisms. I think the question we need to ask ourselves, if we were setting up housing function from scratch, would we be looking at committing £500,000 to deciding what our role was? And the answer would be categorically no, wouldn't it? So I'm concerned about that. I'm also specifically concerned to note that the only support that is proposed for community housing and community-led development schemes is proposed in the paperwork to be dealt with via consultancy resource, even given the £500,000 budget rather than any permanent resource. So I don't truly think that will result in high quality community-led development schemes coming forward. They need a lot of nurturing and hand-holding. As you know, we're doing that in East Cambridgeshire ourselves, but I'm surprised to see that you are proposing to do that via consultancy resource. And I think really it sums up the position that we're in. We've got significant capital headroom throughout the MTFP period, and I think it reflects the sort of policy vacuum that we're currently in. I honestly finding it hard to support putting this out to public consultation, given where we're at and the public consultation materials that I've seen.
There's a lot of points there, Councillor Berry, but on one particular issue, I will not be commenting on the contents of meetings that we hold as leaders with respect to a kind of open discussions, not necessarily expecting them to be made public. So I will make no further comment on that. I take on board some of the comments made around the housing strategy, but I have taken advice from our directorate, worked with other officers. I think it is a solution that we've come to, and I'm more hopeful of a better outcome than you articulate, but we'll wait and see. And I'm actually much more hopeful that with the continued working with central government, that actually what we can achieve as part of the combined authority in trying to move towards providing levels of affordable and increased levels of affordable and social housing, of course, working with all of you as the lead members for your areas, then I'm ultimately expecting more success. So cups half full, cups half empty. I'm the one who's cups half full. You've obviously spoken, Councillor Herbert. Do you want to come back?
Just constructively, I thought, Mayor, that I'd outlined a way forward. There are actually two lines of around £500,000 in the budget. There's one which I think is really important. So I think there is a commitment much bigger than Councillor Bailey would suggest, that the combined authority does contribute. It clearly doesn't have the £100 million easy line funding. I won't go into that fully. And it will benefit when the loan repayments are returned, including significant amount that Councillor Bailey's council is still sitting on. So there is an opportunity to actually have a housing impact. And part of that does take the spirit that the previous mayor started and Councillor Bailey's committed to, and that is that there are opportunities for community housing projects, as well as your comment, Mayor, that that life doesn't end on March 22 on housing, on the affordable housing and the role of the combined authority. And I'm optimistic that the combined authority can actually make a contribution, respecting the good work of each district council and the fact that districts are free to go their own way as well.
Okay, thank you for that intervention as the lead member of housing, Councillor Herbert. I can't see any. Yep, nope. So we want to come back, Austin. Oh, right. Sorry, I will go to Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay.
Thank you. Just wanted to come back on something that Councillor Bailey raised about the consultations. It had escaped me that we were just simply asking two questions in terms of this consultation, but I mean, therein just looks to be a huge missed opportunity. Public consultations are not just box ticking exercises to say we've consulted people. They cost money, they take a lot of time and resource. Can we please put more thought into precisely what we want to get out of the consultation and make sure that it's properly framed to give us the right deliverables that we're looking for? You know, in my mind, the big void that we have is being able to prioritize all of the various factions that we're trying to satisfy, to go out to say, and I saw this equally in the transport consultation, you know, here's the wish list of all the wonderful things that we would like to do. Do you agree with that? Well, the answer's just going to be yes, of course, and that adds no value at all to our ability to prioritize and satisfy people's requirements. Is it too late to go back and rethink what we're doing there tomorrow?
I think the answer to that is yes, it is too late. But to go back onto the transport consultation, as I understand it, we've had the best consultation ever. And part of that, I would like to acknowledge the hard work done by comms and done by the transport team in actually engaging at exceptionally high levels to get sort of feedback. How you construct questions, how you construct open boxes of dialogue, I would leave that to the experts. I have been reassured by the transport consultation and in regard to the next consultation. Perhaps this could be being a bit pessimistic. We wait to see, but I think the biggest thing will be get full engagement, and I'm absolutely wedded, maybe not so much around the question structures, that, as I say, leave that to the experts to just make sure that our combined authority, we engage regularly with all constituent members, we make sure that we're out to the public, and hopefully we'll have something that can demonstrate good engagement and good responses. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I'm not going to vote against the paper on the basis of the shortcomings of the consultation. I think everybody's recognised, and Anna's picked it up perfectly well, but I think a note for officers in terms of when putting this together is perhaps to consider in more detail exactly what we want. And I think that's a very fair point. There is a process to follow here, and we're following the process. If the process, shall we say, is not as ambitious as it ought to be, then perhaps that's what we need to look at. People talk about headroom in capital. I can spend it all. You know, I'm front of the queue all the time. I'm front of the queue all the time for Peterborough. I'll spend it all. But what I would say, just back to earlier comments, what I do feel, the same process that, you know, happens in my authorities should be exactly happening in all other authorities. And it's down to us as constituent leaders to bang the drum and make our case. So I don't have any problem, you know, with being in front of that queue. And I think what we're seeing here in Appendix 4, and just by the way, Mayor, I would change this to CPCA priorities, because this is a collective group of people. Now, you know, if you want to send out the right message, it's about all of us. These are our priorities. And fine, if you want to bang a drum, Mayor, for a particular thing, bang your drum and say it's yours, you know. But I think when we see these collectively, these are a list of our priorities. And I can recognize some things on here, as Chris and can other people, and I think they're coming through the right channels. But I take this document, and it's partly our fault, to be a fluid document right now. And I'm not talking about the fixed things in the budget that we all know about, but we need to solidify policy and priorities. And that's down to us. So Mayor, what I would suggest is that at the earliest convenience, I don't think it would be this side of Christmas, if it is great, let's set some time away for an away day or a specific meeting about what we want collectively the combined authority to be delivering on, and look at all the aspects of it, not only, you know, how it relates to the remit of the CPCA in terms of GVA and its other priorities, what's deliverable, what gives the most community benefit, what's greenest, you know, all those things. Surely we can have a day away and we can come up with something in terms of the medium term, at least, about fixed policy, because as Anna says, it's 7 months. You know, we're still working through this kind of, you know, treading water stage. So it's great to see these things, and I would like to see more of them coming forward from everybody if they've got stuff to put forward. But look, this is within our gift collectively to deliver across the county. And if we need to make time to decide and do that, let's make that time to do it. So I'm not going to say anymore. I mean, I'm positive. You know, I look at this and go, this is great. These are some of the ideas. Let's get some more. What are people's priorities? And let's try and deliver on them. And as I say, if that money's still there next year, I can spend it all. I'm sure Bridget.
Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald. So much as whether I agree with, I'm all wedded to the idea of coming together, discussing it in whatever form it works. If I'd written down, and the reason it put down as mayoral priorities, because if I'd put down presumptively that these were combined authority, I thought you would have criticised me for making the presumption. I was asked to be clear about some of my own priorities, so that was one of the reasons.
I've said that too.
Fine.
I've said that too.
So at the end, whatever we put together, let's be clear, they will be combined authority priorities. Can I come in? Look, I'm just conscious that we've done about 90 minutes. I'm going to give 1 point maybe to Councillor Smith to finish off, then hopefully we can go to a vote and then take a comfort break.
It's going to be short. Okay. Under the last mayor, we only had mayoral priorities. So, you know, it's a name. It doesn't matter. Let's not waste time on stuff that's not important. Where it went wrong last time was that those priorities were just a ramshackle list of things that came out of each of our authorities, and it was he who shouted loud got their stuff in the list. Now, you know, what is the point of a combined authority? The point is to deliver projects that can only be delivered by a combined authority. The combined authority is not a piggy bank for all of us in our individual authorities, and that's how it's been viewed, I suspect, in the past. And we've got to move on from that. We've got to stop thinking about, well, I want to do enterprise zone in Northstowe, and therefore this is the piggy bank for that. That's my project. That benefits us in South Cambridgeshire. We've got to start looking at projects which benefit all of us and which we individually cannot deliver on. So, you know, it's the added value of the combined authority. And it's the same argument for the Oxford-Cambridge Arc. It allows us to solve problems that we can't solve as individual councils or as a combined authority, such as the water supply issue. So, you know, we need to be sense checking these lists. about, is this stuff that is just things off our individual project list, or is this stuff that can only be delivered by a combined authority? And call it whoever's priorities you want. I really don't care.
I will let you make one short response, and then I will bring in Rochelle as a point of some legal advice before we go to the vote.
Okay, Bridget, I listen to everything you say, but, water treatment, I don't ever recall being in any documents about why the CPCA was set up. Great, if we can incorporate it some way, that's absolutely fine. But I'm sorry, I did say, everybody can put forward whatever projects they want and be judged against the criteria of what the CPCA was set up for. And if some people can manage that more effectively than other authorities, I'm sorry, I'm not going to make excuses for you about South Cambridgeshire. So there are people delivering lots of projects here, and we are doing good for coming back to the basics of what we are about. I am very positive, and I want to take things forward. I don't like negativity about what we're trying to do.
I'm going to intervene now and ask Rochelle to come in on a point of legal advice before we go to a vote.
Thank you, members. Just to reiterate recommendation B, which is to approve the draft project and the medium-term financial plan. This is actually a statutory process as set out in the relevant finance order. I appreciate that the document titled Potential Pipeline of Projects appears to come with the budget, but it doesn't form part of the budget. It's not part of the consultation. And paragraph 2.9 clearly states that, and it also states that the potential projects will be brought back to future process. So rest assured that Appendix 4 isn't part of the budget and isn't any committed project or proposal of the Mayor or the combined authority. Thank you, members.
I think a point made very clear. So if you're okay, I would like to now move to the vote, and I am moving these recommendations from the chair. That's recommendations A, B and C. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nessinger from the County Council. Okay, votes in favour, please raise your hands. Okay, votes against. Those abstaining. We recorded that. Do we have a majority? Thank you. It has been passed on a majority. We can now take a break of 5 minutes if you would like. Thank you. I'm live. So back on meeting, Lucinda, thank you. Yeah, part 3 of the agenda is decisions which are coming direct to us as the Combined Authority Board. Item 3.1 is the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Independent Commission on Climate full report. And Adrian, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but you as the Strategic Planning Manager, you will now introduce the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Board. Yes, so before you, you have a report that brings to you the second set of recommendations from the Independent Climate Change Commission. So this is the continuation of their work over the summer, and they've particularly focused on supporting a fair transition as the area moves to a low carbon future, the importance of measures to adapt to climate change impacts that are already set in the system, such as the increased risk of flooding and a range of additional thematic topics. The Commission, as I've highlighted, was clear that their recommendations could not be achieved without significant new resources becoming available, and have supported their previous recommendation around additional funding being devolved to the responsibility of the area to deliver on climate mitigation and adaptation. There are a number of appendices attached. Just on for clarity, unfortunately, Appendix 2, 3, and 4 aren't labelled as appendices. So Appendix 2, which is the list of recommendations that fall within the Combined Authorities operations, are on pages 97 to 98. And Appendix 3, which separates out other recommendations that need to be delivered either by individual organisations or as part of a multi-sector approach, are on pages 99 to 102. And Appendix 4 responds to the request at the previous meeting to try and illustrate some of the indicative costs and indicative benefits of different actions. And so it starts with a graphic on page 103 and goes through to page 104. The recommendations of the report are first to support that call for additional funding to deliver on the very real and significant challenges the area has to adapt to and mitigate climate change, to agree that the actions listed in Appendix 2 are responses developed to those where they fall principally to the Combined Authority or the Combined Authority working with partners. That is subject to appropriate business case and funding work. So each will need to be assessed for what can be delivered in the short term and what might be a longer term response. And then to remit to the multi-sector climate working group those actions that require a system-wide response, which, as I've said, is set out in Appendix 3. And finally, the Commission made some recommendations about their potential future work, including a deeper dive into some of the individual recommendations they've made. And there's a recommendation there to develop new terms of reference to scope that work and set the future for the Independent Commission. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Adrian. So, Councillor Smith, would you like to open the discussion of the report in your capacity as the lead member for the Environment and Climate Change?
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you very much to Adrian and Paul for considerable work they've done on this. And I welcome the fact that they have split up the recommendations to make it hopefully less contentious for members to see what their responsibility is and what the responsibility of the Combined Authority and others are. So I've had a lot of meetings with them. They've been very generous of their time with me, and for that I'm very grateful. So as we know, our carbon emissions in our area are 25% above the national average. And now that we're required to include peatland emissions, the actual challenge we face is going to be even greater. So there's quite a bit of work to do, I think, behind the scenes for our officers, and I'm sure we all have designated officers within our authorities working on climate change, both in terms of environment, all the green and blue stuff, but also on our race to zero carbon as well. So I think there are quite a lot of conversations to be had behind the scenes by our officers to get us all into a place where we can start moving forward at speed here. I'm very pleased to see that we're actually talking about allocating some money to specific things. And going back to my previous point, we need to identify, what things we can be doing as a body, as a partnership here. And there are potentially some really exciting strategic environmental projects, such as the RSPB's wetlands projects, which I think we could have significant influence over. And that could be a real exemplar for us. We could be really leading the way nationally there, setting a national example for bringing land back into valuable wetland use. But I do think, and this slightly contradicts what I said before, that there is a case for some of this money being passported down to us. So we are, all of us as leaders, doing stuff within our own areas. And we have various amounts of money allocated to that, but I think for some of these pots of money, such as perhaps some element of the Doubling Nature Fund, I think could be passported down to each authority so that we can start building on the work we're already doing, and bearing in mind that we do know our areas best, and we do know where investment is going to deliver the greatest results. So I hope that that's something that we can discuss later on, perhaps after the officers have done their work as well. Which, the Combined Authorities' job is obviously to support us in our councils, but also to provide support to other organisations and to business as well. So the Natural Cambridgeshire, which is our environment body, and I think it was the government, I think, advised for the establishment of environment bodies. We all know they represent all of us. They do fantastic work. There's representation from all our councils and from the likes of DEFRA, water boards, Environment Agency, and so on and so forth. They could be a fantastic partner for us, and I really would like us to consider providing some core funding for them so that they can start being a sort of delivery arm for us on some of this strategic work as well. There's no point in us trying to reinvent stuff when actually there are expert bodies already out there. So I think it would be a good move for us to be providing some core funding for Natural Cambridgeshire. I also think that as a combined authority, we need to be cautious about setting up completely new initiatives ourselves, which always take an awful long time to get off the ground, when actually there's a lot of good stuff already going on out there. So for instance, the Future Parks Accelerator, which I haven't particularly benefited from because we don't have parks in South Cambridgeshire, but which I think some of our colleagues here might have benefited from. Their funding's running out in March. I think there's a strong argument for helping them to continue their work for a further 3 years. And all we're doing then is passporting money, and but obviously with needing to know what the outcome is going to be and what the value for money is going to be there as well. The Land Use Framework Initiative, which Dame Fiona Reynolds is leading on, again, I think that's something that we could look to be supporting. Anything that Dame Fiona's involved in, I think, is probably very well worth piggybacking on, because she's a person of some repute and considerable ability as well. So some other recommendations. I think it's a fantastic idea to do a citizens' assembly on climate change. I know the GCP citizens' assembly on their transport schemes was incredibly well affected and delivered really, really robust evidence base. So again, I think that's something we could do, and I think we'd get lots of engagement. When I was at COP, it was really exciting hearing people like the head of Heathrow, the work that they're doing with Cambridge Whittle Lab on driving, getting to zero carbon flight really, really quickly. they are hugely ambitious. And so, people in the business sector have this ambition, and we need to make sure that we are reflecting that. And I think there's some work, and we don't quite know what the future of LEPS is going to be at the moment, but I think there's some work we could be doing with businesses to help them in their race to zero carbon as well. What I would have liked to learn more about at COP, and which I didn't have the opportunity to, was about the business case for embracing adaptation and mitigation of climate change for business. And from a layperson's point of view, surely using renewable energy, insulating your building, moving to electric cars and so on actually makes good business sense. It's surely it reduces your costs to have people working remotely, to be able to have smaller office spaces. So is there a case for us to be doing some work either by ourselves, in combination with Cambridgeshire Head, with our business board, with whoever, to put a sort of toolkit together that would encourage businesses to move forward with greater confidence and greater assurance to start investing in climate change mitigation in order to save money. So I think, if we can be producing some nice exemplars, and things like the annual report here we've got from the business board would be a very good way of promoting that. So the recommendations here are pretty benign. So I hope there's no conflict between anybody, and that we can just recommend them, trust our officers to do some behind the scenes work, have some sensible conversations about passporting of money and where's the best place to passport it to, and crack on with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Okay, well, other questions from the board and further debate? Councillor Bowden. Oh, actually, sorry, can I go to, Austin, can I bring you in now? Because there was a lot about the business there. It'd be quite helpful if we got you whilst that's fresh in the mind, and then we'll come to Councillor Bowden.
Yes, Councillor Smith made some very good points. And business does have a very important part to play in both complying with its obligations to contribute, but also in helping to deliver others to do the same. I won't labour that point again. There is plenty of help out there actually for businesses. It'll be no surprise that people like Make UK are developing toolkits to help businesses to solve problems. What inevitably happens though within certain businesses is that there will be obligations that are not easy to fix, and they certainly don't deliver savings. They add cost to the business. And it's important that we're able to differentiate between those things that do have a positive benefit in financial terms anyway, and those that had a burden, and how can we help to overcome that problem. I come back to the same logic though. The way to overcome the problem is to develop the technologies and the services to do it cost effectively. And that's where the investment should be going, not at just putting sticky plasters over the problems and helping businesses prop themselves up with financial support to mitigate or to just mortgage the problem basically. So there's a lot to be done there. I'd like to come back to a different point though, and that is, as this paper is presented, which is perfectly fine, there are a lot of benign recommendations here, and I'm keen that we get the rubber really to hit the road and start to make some traction. I was very, very pleased to see that officers had made a really good attempt at trying to categorise this on a very simple matrix. I think that helps our thinking very significantly. And in my mind, there are three areas here on this chart which are very high cost but very high impact, and they should be the things that we're talking about from a budgeting point of view, allocating priorities, prioritising the business cases that sit behind them, so that officers have got a work to list that they can really effectively develop the business cases in the right prioritised order. We can allocate the funds and we can just simply get on and make sure we're doing these things. It is very comforting to note that there are a number of things in the bottom right-hand corner that we're already doing, so that's very reassuring. And they're also relatively low cost and very high impact. So obviously we've got a few things right, so we shouldn't beat ourselves up unmercifully about this issue. But let's build on that and let's prioritise those issues in that top quartile now, and make sure that they're properly funded, they're properly prioritised, and we've got our shoulder behind them, and they're all appropriately aligned to the actions of the officers through all the different tentacles of the CPCA, because there's real work that could be done there now.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to say that I found this second report from the Commission not much better than the first one in terms of its failure to put things into context. As we know from the first report, we were given a long wish list of absolutely unaffordable points. There was a lack of prioritization which was involved there. And I'm very sorry to say, I thought that this second report on just transition principles I was going to be able to support. And when I saw it, I was more than disappointed. The first principle of a just transition, do no harm. Well, that's actually rather a good start, I thought, until I saw what they meant by it. And what's meant by it is do no harm in environmental terms. What about the harm to people's businesses? What about the harm to people's jobs of certain things? The harm of people's ability to travel if they haven't got access to public transport, which many people don't. The harm to people's lives outside the environment agency area. These things haven't been taken into account. There isn't the balance there. There isn't the context there, because this whole project needs to be seen in the wider context of the economy, and for us, in terms of the context of our desire to see GVA double. And that, which is our objective, it's what we've been set up to achieve, that is not mentioned at all. And where growth is mentioned, it's not mentioned in a manner which is really consistent with the imperative that this authority was set up for. So I was very disappointed with the report, I have to say. And I read through the report which has been produced, and Adrian mentioned that we'd had a previous meeting, so I'm going to mention it despite your previous admonitions, because I'm not going to criticize anyone, you'll be pleased to hear. And as you're aware, Mayor, I challenged you at our previous meeting, and I said there is a failure here even to say for each of these proposals, what are the savings, what is the cost effectiveness of each of these savings? How much are we spending against what is the benefit? And I used a very simple example of thousands of tons of CO2 not emitted, but I fully appreciate that that's a very broad concept, and there are lots of other emissions which take place which would need to be equalized. But the lack of that quantification, I said to you, Mayor, was a real deficiency in what had been put before us. And you asked Paul Rains to go away and see if he could produce something on that in a matter of a few days, which I thought was a big challenge for you to give to Paul. And he's come back with this Appendix 4. And I have to say that this is the best single page of document that I've seen come before the Combined Authority in the time I've been on the Combined Authority. If ever there is a document which shows us in very simple terms what it is that we need to decide upon and what the criteria should be, that is it. And I'm absolutely delighted about it. I agreed with everything that Austin said just now, both about the prioritization which you can get from this, but also about the need, as far as business is concerned, to look at costs, because you do need to look at businesses' costs. The idea that we should be cost neutral, and as far as all of this is concerned, is just a pipe dream. But as far as that Appendix 4 is concerned, and Appendix 4, for those people who haven't got it in front of them, people who might be listening in, Appendix 4 measures various proposals, both in terms of cost and in terms of the impact on emissions and adaptation. And there are some proposals, some which we're currently doing, which have a high impact on emissions and adaptation and relatively low cost. That can't be a bad thing. There's one which is mentioned in there, which has a relatively low impact on emissions and adaptation, but a relatively high cost. One would imagine that would be dropped. If you're going to be prioritizing, you look at which items are most cost effective. And I can't comment on the accuracy, the precise accuracy of the positioning of every single project on this scale. I can't comment on that. But I have to say that in terms of decision making, I think it's exceptionally valuable to us. And we should be looking at this and asking ourselves, why aren't we concentrating on those which are in the bottom right-hand corner, have high impact and low cost? And what are we doing even considering things which have a high cost and low impact if we are cash limited? And I believe we are substantially cash limited, because the list of things which we are being asked to do, both as a combined authority and wider within the community, is so large, and also would involve so much government money, which isn't going to be forthcoming, I believe, that we have to prioritize. This is a superb prioritization tool, and I very much thank Paul Rains for doing it. I thank you, Mayor, for asking Paul Rains to produce something. This isn't what I asked for. I asked for something else, but this, in fact, is better than the data which I asked to be produced. And I would I'd encourage all members of the combined authority to look and consider very carefully on this schedule Appendix 4 diagram, and to think carefully, why would we want to spend money and time and officer effort on doing things which have high costs and low impact? Surely we should be concentrating on the things with high impact and relatively low cost. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. High praise indeed, and hopefully Paul will be made, I'm sure, aware of that, and it will be fed back to him. It is a mark of some humour to me that when the rumour came in that Councillor Bowden wanted to talk about this particular thing, there was a feeling that it wasn't going to be good enough. So when we got the initial feedback that it was something that you actually approved of, we were obviously delighted to be responsive to your request. And as I say, it will get fed back. Councillor Nsinger.
Thank you. Having been encouraged to look carefully at Appendix 4 by Councillor Bowden, I am looking carefully at Appendix 4. I do think it's really helpful, but I think it's also really important not to get too carried away by the axes on a graph. And I particularly want to think about two of the things that are in the top right-hand box, which are therefore considered high cost and having a low impact on emissions. And one of those is doubling nature and the other is place-based adaptation. And I can see that those things might possibly not have a huge impact, a relatively high cost, and may not have the biggest impact on emissions. But I think it's also important to remember that actually our conversations about climate change are not just about reducing emissions. There are other factors involved. So reducing emissions doesn't help with dealing with the biodiversity crisis, which is happening as a result of climate change, but also as a result of many decades of particular kind of ways of managing our landscape. And while that isn't exactly the same thing as reducing emissions, it is still related to climate change. And it's something that's very important to many people across Cambridgeshire. And the impact of, place-based adaptation may be expensive and it may not have a very good impact on emissions. But actually, if you're one of the people whose house is going to be flooded, it's really important. So I think I do think this is a really helpful diagram. I think it's a really interesting conversation. And I think we need to think about how we approach the impact of climate change in lots of different ways. Cutting emissions is one of them, but we also need to think about the impact on our environment and the way people live and work and manage in it. And we need to try and be making sure that our, wherever possible, the things that we do in order to try and tackle climate change also have a good impact on other aspects of people's lives, so that we not only make Cambridgeshire a place which has less of a detrimental impact on the planet overall, but also is a really good place to live. And often those things coincide, and where they coincide, those are definitely places where we should be spending our money. Thank you.
May I raise a point of order, please? And that is, there's just been a comment from Councillor Netzinger, quite not deliberate at all, of course, but misinterpreting that graph, and it could influence the way in which people look at the diagram which we've been given, because the diagram shows that anything which is furthest to the right has a greater impact on emissions and adaptation. So the biggest problems are those which are in the top left-hand corner of the graph, not the top right-hand corner. Top right-hand corner is open for discussion. Top left-hand corner is open for serious discussion.
Thank you. You're very helpful. That is quite true.
A welcome point of order. And I sense from what you were saying, Councillor Singer, that there was almost a request for maybe more of these type of the documents, but with different parameters. So
yep,
if my director, Paul Rains, is listening, there might be more work to ask of him there, but we'll give him a break for the next couple of days anyway. Councillor Bailey, you want to come in?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you. I think, this has been an ongoing conversation at the Combined Authority, and I think there has been a tension between stuff that sounds good and it's the right thing to do and nobody disagrees with it, and actually committing to doing things by certain dates. And I'm somebody who's very protective about, if I commit to doing something by a date, I want an action plan. I need to see how it's deliverable. I want to hold myself to account, and the public will hold me to account against it. And I think we've had this ongoing tension about what's actually possible, and trying to find a way to doing these things and make them reality. And we've sat and talked an awful lot about this agenda for a very long time, but we're not, it doesn't feel like we're actually doing very much. And even the purple blobs on the graph, you know, it says that these are things that the CA is already doing, but actually one of them says climate assessment in CPCA decisions. And we were held to account this morning by a member of the public saying, you're not doing that yet. And yet it's in there on purple. We've got a decision that we're going to do it. We're still not yet doing it. So, you know, we don't yet have an assessment against all of our projects and papers that come forward on this. So we're not actually yet doing it. So my plea really, and you know, I can't agree with every last letter in the recommendations, but putting that aside, because you know it's never going to be perfect. But for example, one of the fundamental things in there is that it constantly talks about RECAP as being the responsible organisation for waste collection and recycling. Well, it isn't. It's the district authorities and Peterborough City Council. So, you know, it's not very helpful to constantly see that decisions will be and input will come from RECAP when RECAP is just an organisation, a forum for the constituent authorities in Cambridgeshire, and I think Peterborough is on RECAP, is it? Yeah. To come together to talk about things, but you know they don't necessarily always agree and they don't always sign up to the same things. So my plea is to really, you know, let's stop talking about it and get into the guts of what's been agreed. And it's why I called at the last board meeting for a detailed action plan to come forward on all of these things. And to me, you know, we need to let go of this. We need to hand it over to the working group, which is, frankly, could be working more than a full-time job in each of the authorities on this. You know, it's an overwhelming task if you let it be. So I think the working party's got a huge job to do to prioritise the things that it can immediately get into and start making a difference on. And I feel like we're just not doing that. Like we haven't even had a working group meeting yet. And they will inevitably need to prioritise. And I think there are some easier things to go at immediately. And, you know, the constituent authorities are largely doing a lot of that already. And I made a previously, to make this a reality, I previously made, and it may be something you want to add to the budget discussion, I previously made a request for having a CPCA funded resource in each of the constituent authorities to help make this a reality, because, you know, with the best will in the world, asking a member of each of the constituent councils to sit on a working group that meets however often it's going to meet for 2 or 3 hours, that is not going to get into the guts of this work, which is an enormous agenda. And we desperately, desperately need resource for this. And we've all got our own resource, but it's kind of part-time and shoehorned in, and probably people that are doing other things as well. And I think that is the single biggest thing that we could do, because if each of the constituent authorities had a dedicated paid for resource where that can come together to support the working party and get going on this stuff, I think it would make an enormous difference. And I would ask you to very seriously I've raised it before, but very seriously consider that.
This is, I think, kind of similar point made at some point by Councillor Smith about money coming down to constituents and knowing about what can be delivered at the local level. Certainly hearing that, and it's something to be considered. Any other further comment from the greenest city? Oh no, Austin Adams.
So, I mean, it sounds like we're in violent agreement, and the prioritisation tool is very, very helpful. You know, would it not be sensible as a board to take as a recommendation today, so that we can make some serious progress, that we take the #1 hitter off this chart and challenge officers to come back with an outline business case, however scanty it may be, by the next meeting? It's place-based adaptation.
I appreciate the need and desire to get on with things, but I'm going to take some legal advice about that.
Mayor, you might want to hear from officers on that.
Yeah. Adrian, do you want to come in as an officer to kind of respond to that challenge? I mean, the challenge is there. The question is, do we need to do it in the form of a recommendation today? I'm conscious that prior to Austin's suggestion, Councillor Singer had kind of identified that there may be some problems with this chart, and I have a certain degree of reservation about this is a wonderful document, as already commented upon, but I think we can make the challenge without necessarily making a resolution. Do you want to come back, Adrian?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think the first thing I would highlight is you've just had a discussion on the consultation on the budget with a number of discretionary items to come forward as part of your prioritisation exercise. And so all of the items here will be worked into that process so you can debate the relative merits of each. Obviously, we will put attention to those that have come into the right-hand side of the graph in particular because of the perceived benefits on that. So in a sense, that work will be happening without the need for a recommendation in terms of trying to flesh out those actions in more detail, because this is the opportunity in particular for you as a board to agree what you want to see as priorities. So that is the current route that we saw those being developed.
Thank you, Adrian. I see a knitted brow, but Councillor Singer.
Can I just say that I think I would have reservations about putting down a new resolution at this point in the meeting. I'm not keen on doing that, but I think what would be really good would be to have a paper back relatively soon on what the quick wins here are, because there are several different things that are important in terms of how we prioritise our climate work, and one of them is getting on with something relatively quickly, and there are bound to be some quick wins and some less quick wins. So I think it would be really useful to have that back soon, but I wouldn't want us to be making any decisions today about what those were.
I'm not minded to. I think obviously people have a right to put an amendment forward. I don't think it's something I'd support in the circumstances right now, and it seems the message is being echoed from Councillor Bailey. Councillor said that we want to get on with things, and I could actually see Adrian nodding as you both were discussing. So okay, well, the further discussion, but I'd like to kind of close it down, hopefully, and to go to a vote quite soon.
Well, I support what Lucy's just said, absolutely, but I don't think it should come here. I just think it should go straight to the working group. And when is the working group meeting?
Adrian, can you give us that? I think it's next week, isn't it?
3rd of December.
It is next week.
Like, so get it to the working group and let the working group get on
Yeah.
and work.
Okay, fine. Sorry, that was a deep sigh. I apologise. So I'm going to lots of discussion, helpful interventions. I think some strong advice and challenge there to the officers within the combined authority. Adrian, thank you for the paper. Councillor Smith, do you have a seconder for the recommendations? Councillor Singer then. So Councillor Singer for the second. We will move to the vote. Votes for, please raise your hands. Votes against, votes abstaining. Recorded as passed by a majority. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully moving on now. Sorry, comedy glasses. Capability Fund 2021 to 2022, a grant award. Roland Potter, the Head of Transport, will now introduce this report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. Hopefully you can hear me. The Capability Fund 2021-2022 Grant Award paper. Recommendations are the Combined Authority Board is recommended to approve the release of the Capability Fund grant from the Department for Transport to Peterborough City Council and Cambridgeshire County Council as set out in paragraph 3.1. to deliver against the bid the combined authority submitted in April 2021. The paper goes on to detail some of the elements that were put forward in the submission, or the elements that were put forward in the submission by each of the authorities. And I would like to bring the board's attention to the fact that earlier in this year there was some controversy as to whether or not the combined authority was going to continue to get active travel funding or capability funding. And following a meeting with the Mayor and the Minister, where a commitment was made to work with Peterborough City Council and Cambridgeshire County Council in regard to the reinstatement or alternative permanent solutions following the decisions by each to remove interim measures at Crescent Bridge, Peterborough, Mill Road, Cambridge. It is encouraging that the department have subsequently started releasing additional funding that following that submission. The Combined Authority has recently engaged Sustrans to do a little piece of work in terms of review of our active travel funding and capability funding, and that will be coming out to officers across the region and elected members in the coming months to engage and discuss what's happening and how we adhere to the criteria, etc., that set out fund grants. Equally note that I appreciate there's an awful lot of work that has gone on within the two authorities, Peterborough and Cambridgeshire County Council, in terms of their own working groups, etc., which we're happily engaged within. The financial implications in 3.1 is that the grant award is for £558,268, and the split, which is an agreed percentage split with officers across Peterborough City Council and Cambridgeshire County Council, reflecting the submissions that were put forward, is detailed accordingly there. And I commend the report to the board.
Thank you, Roland. Well, I'm going to open this up to debate. I'm looking for particularly the two constituent councils who might want to speak first, but otherwise I'll let others go. Lewis, you indicated at first there, so you were first up.
Well, I think, this thread is really important in active travel. I just appreciate, Mayor, a comment from Roland on how far we've got, because what percentage of the final cake is this? And whilst I continue to admire all the works and thoughts of Councillor Fitzgerald and Peterborough City Council, I would like to know the reasons why we're at a lower level of impact than they are for the rest of the county. And that this clearly might be simply their superiority in life, and in which case I just defer and stand back in awe. But I'd just like to know if there's more to come for Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
I will allow Roland to come in on that thing. I don't maybe see it quite in the way that you see it, Councillor Herbert, but maybe Roland will come in and explain how we've divvied up these very welcome funds. Thank you.
So thank you. It's not a case of the Combined Authority divvying up, as it were. It's a case of the submissions that were made by the two relevant authorities at the time, based on the criteria of the application process that was being undertaken. And in this instance, Peterborough City Council's submission was of a higher value than Cambridgeshire's. This is one of a number of applications that have gone in over time. There is still an outstanding submission for the Capability Fund Tranche 3 funding, which a decision is still being awaited on by the Department for Transport. But in reflection of this submission, it's based on the submissions that were made by the two authorities at the time.
Thank you for clarifying my error and talking. It was divvying up, so it was all to do with who put what forward. Councillor Bailey wants to come in now.
Yeah, I do, just to put a bit of real life into that and help to aid understanding, because the active travel process has been a matter of extreme frustration in East Cambridgeshire. But I mean, the basic premises for most of it have been that you are required to take away physical highway space to give it over to the active travel schemes. And in rural East Cambridgeshire, that has proved to be difficult and almost impossible in the vast majority of areas, because we've either got long rural roads that connect villages and communities, which just don't have the width to deal with agricultural vehicles if you start reducing them and giving over space to active travel schemes, and you are not allowed to use the funding to provide the active travel scheme unless it is taking away physical highway space, or we've got generally medieval city centre in Ely and some town centres where there just isn't the space to take away unless you start one-waying. And we've been seriously looking at one-waying some streets, but that's proving to be very difficult as well, because you literally physically cut off residential properties from being able to have emergency vehicles accessing them and all that sort of thing. So I think it's just, as Roland really said, it's a matter of what the funding was available to do. And in East Cambs, we've been able to spend very little, sadly. We've tried and tried and tried.
Thank you for the point of clarity, Councillor Bailey. Now's the time. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's great to see this paper and the confidence that government have in the combined authority to deliver on this. And again, Peterborough have got great plans, great vision for our transport into the future, and active travel being one of them. It's interesting to know, I would like to put on record, so I personally have given a commitment both to Chris Heaton-Harris, the Minister, when he came to Peterborough, about the active travel plans, but I'm not prepared to put in back of a fag packet schemes that were cockamamie to start with. Nobody asked anybody about anything, not consulted upon. I want proper costed schemes that fit well with all road users. So in this case of Crescent Bridge, for example, I don't know much about Mill Road, but I guess it was similar issues. I'm looking for a long-term solution there that actually enhances the city, makes it safer for people to travel independently, walking and cycling, at no danger to themselves. But that is not an overnight fix. But I am working on that, and that will be a project I'll be bringing forward at some point. We've already agreed the seed funding for the outline business case for the station quarter, because I see it very much linked to that work in that particular scheme. But moreover, there are wider plans to develop more schemes, but they've got to work for everybody. You know, I have 45,000 cars going through the city centre. And yes, of course, I'm trying to reduce that. But as we move towards more electric vehicles and sustainable transport, when I get the buses, by the way, again, when I get the buses and the electrification. But in 2.2, there was some uncertainty about the provision of funding it relates to here. And I fairly and truly lay the blame at the door of those very small vocal number of people that were complaining to government, that actually put doubt in government's mind and made them pause for a moment. But once the mayor had explained our position and I'd explained my position, I'm sure Lucy explained her position, all was well and good. But the only jeopardy or threat to the funding was caused by the very people who want to see sustainable travel. So I would ask them or caution them in future, talk to the local authorities, don't go off on Twitter or writing letters, you know, until you've spoken to people like me and Lucy to actually find out what our plans are. I don't expect people to agree all the time, but at least you'll know what it is. So that's just for clarity. That uncertainty was certainly not caused by us. It was caused by lobbyists.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important to hear from the representative of the County Council.
Thank you. So the first thing to say is that I am extremely pleased we do now have this money. It's very important to have it. I think there's been a certain amount of frustration with the way in which this money has been handed out by government, and I share that frustration to a certain extent. However, I think in the spirit of being fair to everybody, they were also having to deal with pandemic related issues at very short notice, and there are all sorts of things which we would have done differently if there had been more time. I'm sure Peterborough would have done things differently. Certainly we would have done things differently on Mill Road, but an awful lot of these things have been asked to be brought in at very quickly, with funds being asked for very quickly. I don't know whether we actually had an answer from Roland about the exact percentage that's left and how much money there is left in tranche 3, because I think that's important. I think I understand Anna's difficulties and frustrations about trying to introduce active travel in rural areas and medieval cities, but I think we have to keep trying to do it. And particularly in our towns, we have to keep looking at how we prioritise road space and how we make our roads feel safer for those who are not safely protected inside large metal boxes. And that is definitely something that we are going to have to continue to do over the next few years. And it will be good for all of our health and the quality of our places, as well as, I hope, allowing people to continue to travel around in whatever way that they choose. So if we could have that answer from Roland about how much is left and what the timescales are, I would also be quite curious to know what the date was when these schemes had to be submitted by and what the timescales for that were, because I think it might give us some indications about why some of this was so difficult at that time. I mean, it is some time ago now since these were submitted. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of questions there for Roland. Do you want to come in and, if you can, give us some answers, or if you can't, agree to come back as soon as possible?
I can give you generic answers, and then I could bring back numbers in terms of specifics to the board as part of the action log. This was a submission made in April. We generally only get a matter of weeks in which to produce the submissions, and that is a challenge within the authorities. The tranche 3 funding was a separate submission around about July. So this is not a portion of the tranche 3, as it were. This is a separate submission in its own right for active travel funding. The capability fund funding, sorry, the capability fund tranche 3, the numbers I don't have to hand in front of me, is a separate submission that we're awaiting the answer for. This does not form part of that.
Okay, that's I think cleared that up. Any further comments, questions? Okay, no, there isn't. So item 3.2 then, we will move to the vote. I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? All right, you got there first. I say, you want a second? All right, I'm going to let Councillor Fitzgerald take that honour. So to be approved, the recommendation requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members or substitute members appointed by the constituent councils, to include, importantly, the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council or substitute members. The Deputy Monitoring Officer will confirm the outcome of the vote. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. That looks like a unanimous vote, so we'll take that as the outcome of the vote. Thank you. Just before moving on to item 3.3, which is the St Neots High Streets Fund, can I just check as to how people might want to, in terms of the rest of the meeting, if we want to have a break at, just keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, right, move on. Item 3.3, St Neots Future High Streets Fund Scheme Combined Authority Co-Funding Business Case. Can I see him? Domenico Cirillo, Business Programs Manager, will you introduce the report remotely? Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Hopefully you can all hear me okay.
This report, yep.
Thank you, Matt. This report is coming to us following recent approvals made by the Combined Authority Board on the St Neots Future High Street Scheme. The Business Board is asked to accept the business case that has been received from Huntingdonshire District Council in support of our £3.1 million of co-investment approved towards the scheme. Just in terms of some background, so the 3.1 million was approved back in April 2020. This was as a result of the previous allocation towards a new bridge for St Neots was cancelled, and that funding was recycled into St Neots, and a bid was approved by the Combined Authority Board to allocate the 3.1 towards the Future High Streets bid. Unfortunately, due to the impact of COVID and some delays with CLG in announcing the schemes project, the approved schemes, we only received latest information back in July 21 this year, where the board approved a change request to reprofile the 3.1 million funding. And this was asked to inform the business case and to finalise that, and then to put that in front of the board today to get it signed off and to enable us to ratify the decision and to enter into funding agreement with Hunts District Council. So just to give you some background on what the scheme involves. So the scheme is a just over £8 million project to revitalise and regenerate St Neots town centre. It includes a number of elements, including redevelopment of office space and community facilities such as arts provision at the Priory Centre. The combined authority money is specifically related to 3 of the key 6 schemes that the scheme will deliver, and that is new pedestrian and cycling improvements around St Neots Bridge. So how do we make sure that that bridge over the river works more efficiently for the local residents? We're looking at St Neots High Street and also the Market Square and how those areas can be improved, including the removal of car parking to open it up to public access and pedestrian usage, but also looking at public realm and connectivity of those enhancements. And the scheme is being partnered with Cambridgeshire County Council, and I would like to inform members today that a project board has been established upon which the combined authority and Hunt's colleagues do sit and attend, and the scheme is scheduled for completion by March 25. And with that, I commend the board. I commend the paper to the board. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for the report, and obviously good to hear. I'm going to open up to debate. Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, you won't be surprised to hear that I completely support this. I just think there's some important points of clarification to be made. I wouldn't want the thought to be taken away from today's meeting this is anyway new money. So there's been a bit of controversy behind the scenes about the very fact that this is even on the agenda here today. And it's interesting what Domenico's just said, because the justification that was given to me and my officers of why this had to come back to board was because we were told, and we were very specifically told this, that actually we'd never agreed this formally. Now we contested that because we said, well, actually, I remember doing it. I sat around this table and we've agreed this money. So I'm glad that's now been clarified, and that's clarified in the report, because I wouldn't want there to be any misunderstandings, any press releases that may emerge later today, for example, about just exactly where this money's come from, who agreed it, and how it's made its way into the St Neots project. Because we're not at the stage, as unfortunately has been picked up from the errors in this report by our local newspaper, the Hunts Post, to have printed something today saying, oh, it's moving one step closer. Well, it's not. We're already in active discussions with the county council about these transport schemes. These are now actively being designed and planned. And I think this report is very unfortunate the way it's been written, in that it's misled, unfortunately, members of the public, and indeed our local newspaper. So, for example, 2.4 talks about the Future High Street Fund scheme in its entirety. And then at 2.6, it goes on to explain that 6 different elements. And further on, 3 of which Huntingdonshire District Council is seeking the £3.1 million from the combined authority to support. At 2.5, therefore, when it says the total cost of the scheme is 8.5 million, with just over 900,000 from MHCLG and just under £1 million from HDC and £3.5 million from Highways England, that's completely incorrect. It's a £12.8 million scheme. It always has been. And we've just secured, Huntingdonshire District Council has just secured a further £3.5 million from Highways England. So it's not an £8.5 million scheme, it's a £16.3 million scheme. Huntingdonshire has put £5.9 million into this, not 993,000. And the government has put 3.75 million in, not 928,000. Unfortunately, these errors within this report have been published in the Hunts Post today, which undermine everything we've been trying to work for the last 2 years in socialising this scheme amongst the people of St Neots, who have been told all the way along, you've got this nearly £13 million of investment coming to your town. They're now being told, because of poorly written reports here, it's £8.5 million. So can I just request, let's do better, please, because this sort of thing causes significant problems for our partners. And I just really don't appreciate it. And the exact response I got back from the editor of the Hunts Post today was, well, it's in the combined authority report, so I doubt it's inaccurate, which is just ridiculous for any journalist to say, frankly. But, you know, I think we need to make this really clear, please, Mayor, that there are significant errors in this report. It doesn't reflect the true position and is not at all helpful in what we're trying to do. So the business case the board has here today to really just receive is in reference to the 3 transport schemes. It's not the full business case for the entire project, because it's the highways element that we're seeking the £3.1 million to go towards.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. I'm sure that in terms of this being a public meeting, a lot of that we'll make sure it's recorded properly for the benefit of the public record. And I'm sorry for any obviously confusion to yourself or indeed to the local Huntingdonshire population about that. Oh, sorry.
By way of a suggestion, I know it's a published document, but the Combined Authority has, you know, the capability to send out a press release. It might be simple that you might just consider sending, because as Ryan says, they're taking de facto or default the CPCA report. So maybe between Ryan and the press office, a press release could go out on behalf of the Combined Authority and indeed Ryan to say actually what the position is, and then there shan't be any doubt then, shall there, Ryan? And they may have to issue a correction.
I'm sure we would want to work with all our board members and about making sure about the clarity of that raised point. Okay, Councillor Singer.
Thank you. I think the most important thing about this is how excellent this project is for St Neots. I can see that there are some issues with the report, but actually most of what Ryan says is also in there. It does say at the very top, on the 29th of April 2020, the Combined Authority Board approved to recycle the 3.1 million capital funding provided to co-fund the St Neots. And then after that, it talks about the impact of the pandemic and the fact that we need to look at this because we are needing to extend the time period over which that money is being spent. So I think, I mean, Ryan is right in everything that he has said. I don't think that this report undermines that very seriously. I think actually mostly the report is also accurate, and mostly this is very good news, and that's the really important point for us to be spending time on at this meeting, that actually these St Neots is a really beautiful and very important town in our area. I know it's felt neglected for some time. How valid that is, we won't go into here. But it is really important that this project should be going ahead, and these cycling improvements to the High Street and the Market Square are really exciting and important projects to be moving forward. I'm also really pleased that the other projects are in there, and I think we need to be making sure that those don't get, that there isn't any delay to the other things on the list, the items 4, 5, 6, which are also really crucial for St Neots, and I hope very much that we'll be having more papers on those coming back. Are those coming back here? Well, I shall be following to see very carefully to see what's happening with all of those other projects, because I think they're just as important, and I know that they're very close to the hearts of people in St Neots. But this is a really good project, and I'm really pleased that we've got it before us today to approve. Thank you.
I've just sort of lost Domenico from behind in front of me. I don't know if we've lost the link. So, point of clarity, that I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer straight away as to whether we get reported.
I'm still here if you could hear me, Matt.
Yep. So we're just going to take a break because it's a public meeting. We're just going to find out what's happened. Sorry, take a break. All right. Dominica, we're just back in our meeting. Are you there, Houston? Right. Dominic, I don't know if you had a final comment made from the question from Councillor Singer.
Before I do, can I just clarify that we have worked with officers at Hunts in the production of this business case, and I do accept what Councillor Fuller said, that the paragraph on 2. Let me just call it up. Sorry. The paragraph 2.5 starts off incorrectly. I shouldn't have put the total cost. I should have put the cost of the scheme as presented in the business case was broken down to those figures. So I do apologise now, and we will make sure that that's clarified in any press releases.
Yes. Well, I've actually sent them. I've already sent a message to our comms team in highlighting this. Did you hear the other question, Dominica, in regard to the other projects that you wanted to repeat the question? Lucy, just to...
I was just wondering if the projects 4, 5 and 6 are coming back to the Combined Authority, but I think they may not be because they're not funded by the Combined Authority, in which case I'm happy to accept Ryan's answer on that.
Okay, sorry, Ryan, I think we've clarified that. Okay. Can I see anybody else who wants to make any comment? No. So I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fuller. I will take the sorry. Do we move to the vote? Sorry, I was getting too excited for our shared hunting chair. Those in, please raise your hands. Votes in favour. That looks unanimous. So passed by unanimous vote. We now move on to the 3.4, which is the Market Towns Programme Investment Prospectus, approval of recommended projects, November 2021. Domenico, you're staying with us to introduce this report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can you get a bit closer to your microphone as well, please?
Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, but I might have to interrupt if it just as long as you get as close as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is a continuation of our Market Towns programme, where the Combined Authority had committed investment across key towns across the area, and this is the sixth funding call of to date under the programme. And the Combined Authority has been asked to ratify those project proposals that have been recommended for approval following an independent appraisal and assessment process. I just wanted to clarify for members that to date, we have had 5 previous funding calls. This has resulted in 41 projects being approved by the Combined Authority Board, awarding a total of £10.8 million in grant funding. This has also brought in an additional £11.6 million of partner match investment to the project. We do plan to have 2 further funding calls beyond today's meeting. One will be scheduled for January and the next for the March Combined Authorities coming up in the new year, with the aim to get the remaining 2.6 million fully allocated by the end of this financial year. This includes remaining allocations for St Ives, Huntingdon, Soham and Littleport. And those figures have been broken down in the report. And we continue to work closely with colleagues in Hunts and East Cambs to get those proposals developed and submitted for approval. We received 4 funding bids for this funding cycle, all received from East Cambs District Council. 3 bids were for project works in Ely, and 1 was for Soham. The 3 following the independent appraisal, we are recommended that we fund the Combined Authority approve the 3 Ely projects. These are set out as follows. We're looking to expand the CCTV network in Ely to upgrade what is an aging infrastructure, and this will be beneficial and improve holding events, capturing footfall and other associated uses for the town. They're asking for £120,000 of capital and is matched by funding from Ely City Council. The second project is to introduce a capital investment fund. Now, this is a really exciting project. This is working with local businesses to and landlords to improve the frontage of high street commercial properties, and to give capital grant funding in certain parts of the town, which will be agreed with the local business community. The third final project is a furniture upgrade. So following the successes of the initial projects that we saw funded earlier this year, East Cambs would really like, I propose to expand those upgrades and to cover additional areas in the town. And they're asking for 124,000 to do that. As I said earlier, we received 4 proposals. The other proposal was received for Soham, and specifically relating to the Agritech Business Centre, who wanted to introduce a new cabin-style business and conferencing facility, and they were seeking 145k from the combined authority to support this. The proposal was appraised, independently appraised, and the feedback was positive. However, there are some certain issues around, not least the level of funding and our subsidy thresholds that we can adhere to. So we've asked the applicant and East Cambs to revisit that with the aim to get that back submitted for the January board and to be considered and ratified at that point. And that's my presentation of the report finished, and I recommend the report and the recommendations to the board. Thank you, Matt.
Okay. Questions, comments? Yeah.
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, hope people will feel moved to support what's on the table and important projects. It's been a little bit strange for Ely because we've got projects that are either multi-millions or, you know, very, very small. So I hope that you can support this. Just in terms of the recommendation, I think it just needs the words "and Soham" taken out, because we're not actually approving anything for Soham today.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, you know,
just delete the words, because we're bringing that back. Yeah, just delete the words
okay?
"and Soham."
I agree.
Okay, fine. Thank you. It's a fair point. Okay, we'll do that.
And by the way, the Soham Agritech Hub is a fantastic facility. I thoroughly recommend a visit there because there's the most innovative stuff going on at that place. So, but that's for next time.
Okay. Good. Good. Anybody else want to make a comment on this paper? Thank you, Domenico. Well, we're going to move to the vote then. I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bailey. So a vote on that. Those in favour? Unanimous. So passed unanimously. Thank you. Now, thank you, Domenico. Yes, I think you can stand down. Item 3.5 is now the appointment of a new director of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Business Growth Company Limited. John Alsop, Chief Financial Officer, is attending remotely and will introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. This paper recommends the board to approve the appointment of Alan Downton as a director of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Business Growth Company Limited, which is known as GrowthCo. GrowthCo being a wholly owned subsidiary of the combined authority. The Growth Company business plan requires that the Deputy Chief Officer of the Business Board to be one of its directors. The previous Deputy Chief Officer has now left the organisation, and following a recruitment process, Alan Downton has been appointed as the new Deputy Chief Officer and the responsible officer for business growth and energy within the combined authority. As now being in that post, he has been appointed to the Growth Company board, and in accordance with the shareholders agreement, this appointment needs to be ratified by the combined authority board. So it is in effect a replacement officer role on the board of the Growth Company. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? Oh, sorry, hold on. Austin Adams, thank you, Austin.
Just one point, if I may, thank you. All too often people are appointed to director roles in companies without having all the requisite training and understanding of their judicial and legal responsibilities. I just ask that we make sure that we check either Alan is up to date with his understanding, and if not, that we put him through the appropriate training.
Absolutely. John, don't know if that's necessarily for you, but it's a comment that we would take as a minute that we need to make sure it happens. Is that okay, John?
Yep, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Austin. Can we move to the vote on this then? Oh, sorry, no, fine, I'm just trying to be quick. Okay.
Sorry, I know, just a very quick question, and I'm happy to pick up the answer outside the meeting if that's easier. I'd just be interested to know a little bit more about the external recruitment and interview process. I'm assuming that Alan is not somebody who would...
Oh, we can try and answer that question now. John, do you want to come in with that question? The process, external recruitment, the question's been asked, seems only fair. Or maybe John T. Hill's coming in as well. Okay, John Alsop, do you want to answer that maybe?
Well, I'm not sure if John
T. Hill. Okay.
This was a recruitment to the Combined Authority establishment, and as a virtue of that, Alan Downton was then appointed to the as a director of the company. But I don't know if John wants to come in on that.
Thank you, John. Yes, on our subsidiary companies, officers are sometimes put onto boards by dint of their role. For instance, my colleague John Alsop, because he's our chief financial officer, is on some specific boards, I think this one particularly, and also our university HE property company because of his role at the Combined Authority. Brian previously, and Alan, his effective replacement, who was recruited into that role as a replacement for the deputy chief officer, is actually appointed to Growth Co because he is the senior responsible officer for the programme for delivery that Growth Co delivers. So it's by dint of the role he performs at the Combined Authority, and that is of course a role that he was recruited into.
I think that's very helpful, John. I've got a comment that from monitoring officer Rochelle that about the training point.
Thank you, Mayor. So just so members are aware, and particularly Austin, that a programme is being developed for all directors of Combined Authority companies, the training programme as we speak.
Okay, thanks for that reassurance, Rochelle. I think it's time to move on. So I'm moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Austin Adams. Those in favour? Okay, again, unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item 3.6, the Community Renewal Fund Award. This key decision was added to the forward plan on the 12th of November under general exception arrangements. Steve Clark, Senior Responsible Officer for the Local Growth Fund and Market Insight and Evaluation, will introduce the report remotely. Hello, Steve.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Board. The Board is invited to note the proposed grant funding being offered to the Combined Authority from the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities and the Department for Work and Pensions. The Board is requested to delegate authority to the Director of Business and Skills to enter into grant funding arrangements for delivery of the two approved projects. And this is to facilitate immediate commencement and delivery of the projects confirmed in the funding award to the Board. Delegation is sought also to mobilise the projects through the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Growth Company Limited. So on the 3rd of November, the government announced nationally the outcome of the Community Renewal Fund, CRF competition, with the Combined Authority securing approval of 2 of its projects from the 7 that were submitted in June to a grant value of 3.393 million. The Combined Authority, in its designated role as lead authority for the CRF, submitted that shortlist of 7 worth 6.6 and has successfully been offered the grant award for 2 out of 477 that were approved nationally. The 2 successful approved projects are the Start and Grow project at 2.48 million and the Turning Point project at 847,000. Details of those are contained in Appendix 2 to the paper. The project delivery window for projects has also been extended from the original proposed end date of 31st of March 22 to 30th of June 2022. This is to accommodate the fact the government was late in its announcement and its impact on a timely start and delivery window. Given the short window for delivery, the Combined Authority is asked to approve mobilisation of the 2 projects and delegate approval to enable contracting with the delivery partner through the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Growth Company. It is understood the funding will be provided via a revenue grant and can be awarded straight through. The payment of the grant has been confirmed to be in 2 tranches, the first in December this year and the final payment in July 22 after successful completion of the projects. This means the final grant payment is retrospective against the delivery and does require the projects to be cash flowed by the Combined Authority. The grant funding agreement for the 2 selected projects is expected imminently, and once satisfactorily reviewed by the legal and finance teams, the Chief Finance Officer will accept the grant within his delegated capacity within the Constitution to accept grant funding into the Combined Authority. I'll stop there and take any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments on the report? Okay, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So I suppose it's better that we got funding for 2 out of the 6 we submitted. It doesn't seem to be a whole lot of money. How do we compare with other combined authorities? Have they got significantly more than us, or is this fairly, are we much on par with the other authorities?
We're pretty on par, actually. It's quite clear from the programme that the spread of funds has been across the 100 priority places that the government had set out in the original criteria. And I do apologise about the dog in the background. Sorry.
Right, everybody's. All right, no dog noises here. Okay.
Could I clarify that point, Mayor?
Yeah, absolutely, John. Do you want to come in?
Sorry to speak up. I couldn't find my hand to raise. I had a brain failure. Yeah, in fact, as you might expect, Councillor Smith, I calculated exactly that as soon as I found out the number. And if you calculate what we would have expected to get, we were about 0.2% above what we'd have expected to get. And the reason for that is simply in the size of the project we got in terms of adding them up and rounding. So we got very slightly above what we'd expect. What we did get is the largest single project in the country, the startup project.
Well done for that.
Indeed. Councillor Herbert, did you want to come in?
Just briefly, yeah, I think the Combined Authority should take pride in the fact that it got its 2 schemes agreed. It would be useful just to get some feedback, if there is some, from officers by way of any feedback that we got from Deluxe on the Region of Learning project, because certainly we thought that would make a really important contribution to skills, and if there is feedback on the other projects, just to ensure that all of the originators get that, because there's learning there.
Do you want to come back on that? I'm sure you'll be willing to do that.
Absolutely, and we're still awaiting any detailed feedback from DLUC. In fact, all they've offered thus far is very generic feedback on the unsuccessful projects. But yes, we are happy to discuss with each of the project leads, and actually those projects will potentially form a pipeline for the shared prosperity when it opens.
Thanks, Mayor. I do think that certainly from the knowledge I have got of those other projects, that there's some really good work in there. And the way that they develop partnerships is also critical in this.
Okay. I can't see any more raised hands, or indications to talk. So I will. I'm looking to move these recommendations again from the chair. Do I have a seconder? No, I'll take you. No, I'll take Austin. Okay, thank you, Austin. Votes for, please raise your hands. Again, that looks like a unanimous vote. So thank you for that. I'm conscious that it's now getting to 5 to 1. Everybody's still okay to keep going for about transport. I know these have been to the Transport Committee. Hopefully they'll be relatively straightforward, but please indicate if you want to break. Okay, 4.1, part 4 of the agenda contains recommendations which are being made to the Combined Authority Board by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Item 4.1 is March Area Transport Study, Outline Business Case. Before we begin, I would just draw the board's attention to the fact that the drawdown figure which Transport and Infrastructure has recommended that we approve is actually 1.51 million and not the 1.5 million as shown in the report. Emma White, Transport Programme Manager, will briefly introduce the report remotely.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, members. Can you hear me okay? The recommendation includes taking note of the March Area Transport Study outline business case outcomes, and in addition recommend approval of the drawdown of 1.51 million for the production of the full business case and detailed design. The March Area Transport Strategy, also called MATS, was first approved for inclusion in the Transport Programme in March 2018 to establish the issues and find solutions. The MATS outline business case has now been completed. This is built upon the strategic outline business case which was submitted in October 2020. The ABC includes a package of schemes including 20-foot road traffic signals, Peas Hill Roundabout and Hostmoor Avenue Roundabout, High Street St Peter's Road traffic signal improvements, and a mini roundabout with Broad Street with one lane in each direction, as well as a development of the Northern Industrial Link Road. It is important to note that the outline business case considers the above schemes as a package due to the overall joint benefits that meet the objectives of the study area. To summarise, the outline business case, the strategic case demonstrates how the recommended package of MAT schemes fits with the wider public policy objectives and provides the case or need for change. The economic case demonstrates that the March package offers a high value for money with a central growth scenario with a benefit cost ratio of 2.9. The financial case of the ABC demonstrates that the recommended package of schemes has value for money. The commercial case of the ABC demonstrates that the package of schemes is commercially viable, and the management case demonstrates that the package of schemes is also deliverable. The overall conclusion of the outline business case is that there's a compelling case to progress the recommended package of MATS improvement schemes to detailed design and full business case. The schemes proposed as part of the improvement measures meet the project objectives, and the benefits clearly outweigh the costs and offer a high value for money. An independent review of the ABC has been undertaken by Steers, and they have signed off the study as per the CPCA assurance process. It should be noted that the Broad Street Highway Improvement Scheme is also closely aligned with the pedestrianisation for Broad Street that is also being delivered as part of a successful Future High Street Funds bid. At the September 21 CPCA board, it was approved that 180,000 from the savings of the current stage of the project could be utilised to start the next stage of the MAT study of the detailed design of Broad Street to facilitate the progression of the Future High Street Fund and meet the really tight deadlines of April 2024. Also, as part of the MAT study, a package of minor schemes were approved for delivery in September 2020, which included 9 schemes. 7 of these schemes have already been completed, and the other 2 are earmarked for completion by February 2022. Furthermore, the pedestrian and walk-in cycling strategy is now also being assessed. In conclusion, the recommendations include taking note of the March Area Transport Study outline business case outcomes, and in addition, the recommended approval of the drawdown of 1.51 million for the production of the full business case and detailed design. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Just as a point, obviously, there was a good debate, which I was witness to as the chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, and the recommendation was obviously endorsed, well, luckily it was endorsed unanimously, which I'm sure the board members, representatives on the committee have reported back to you. So basically, we've just been asked to ratify this decision. So obviously, if you could just focus on any additional points that have come back from those initial discussions. So over to you all. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So this is a perfect example, going back to our questionnaire at the beginning, of where we need to have a full impact assessment done for carbon emissions of this type of project. And so I would request that as of now, future papers do include it, because it makes it really difficult to be approving something without knowing if there is any environmental harm as a consequence of it, irrespective of what the business case is.
Oh. Well, that's a message that we are hearing loud and clear, and certainly take on board. Thank you. Over to Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I would welcome support for this proposal. The objectives which are being achieved here are to improve the local environmental conditions within the town of March itself, to facilitate housing and employment growth, and in conjunction with the March Future High Street Fund, to address existing traffic congestion and safety issues, and also to promote the regeneration of March Town Centre. It's not going to happen quickly. It's going to be a lengthy process and a quite disruptive process, I'm afraid. But once we get to the end of it, the town centre in March in particular will be absolutely fit for purpose, and we will have far, far fewer snagging points as far as traffic is concerned, and we will be able to accommodate more of the growth, which is the objective that we've all got. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Councillor. Any more comments? Oh, over to Austin.
Yes, thank you. So presumably the funding to construct the business case will not include for a full environmental study. Can we just clarify that point?
That would have to go back to, I think, Emma, if she can offer. Emma, did you hear that question in regard to a query about part of the business case funding around environmental studies or impact?
Yes, it will pick, as part of the business case, we will pick up the environmental impacts of the schemes. So we can definitely take that on board and look at it in more detail as part of the full business case.
I guess the point being made by Councillor Smith is that it would be nice to know those beforehand. Is that what you're trying to say? Before, to give us clarity about if this is, undoubtedly, as Councillor Bowden has articulated, this is a huge positive story for March, but at the same time, I appreciate your intervention in regard to concerns. You're welcome to come back.
Thank you very much. So yes, and I'm very pleased that you were so receptive to the question that was put earlier. And it's good to hear that that work is going to be done. But actually, I think the residents of March and of Peterborough on the next item, will want to know what the environmental impact is in terms of carbon emissions. There's a tremendous risk that we fall victims of greenwash. So by doing a little bit, we kind of wash over what is actually damaging as well. So, we really need to get better at this. And I appreciate why we haven't thus far. But as of now, it's a very strong message that we need to.
I feel we could go down a very large environmental rabbit hole. But just, do you want to come back at all on that, Councillor Bowden? Okay, fine. In that case, what I would do, I'm going to move to the vote. I am moving the recommendations from the chair. I would need a seconder, Councillor Bowden. So to be approved, the recommendation requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members appointed by constituent councils present and voting to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council or their substitute members. The Deputy Monitoring Officer will confirm the outcome of the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Yeah, okay, looks like a unanimous vote. So we will move on. Thank you very much. That's passed to item 4.2, which is the A1260 Neen Parkway, Junction 15. Nathan Bunting, are you going to come in? Hello, Nathan. Hi. Programme Coordinator, will you now introduce the report remotely?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members. So I'm here to seek approval to proceed with construction.
Okay, Nathan, could you just get a little bit closer to the microphone or just shout a lot louder?
Yes, apologies. So I'm here to seek approval to proceed with construction for A1260 Junction 15 as a result of the outcomes of the full business case. The proposals in this paper were considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the 8th of November. Following discussion, the committee resolved unanimously to recommend the proposals to the Combined Authority Board for approval. It was noted at the committee how this scheme sets the standard for all Combined Authority projects going forward in its business case development to include sustainable and environmental improvements. The scheme offers very high value for money of 7.3, will improve journey times, increase safety, whilst also improving active travel connectivity and the natural environment. The cost of construction is 8.014 million. The original allocation was 8 million, and this was reduced to 5 million based on the preliminary design estimate. This was at high level cost without site survey information and a number of unknown factors. Recommendation A is to approve the full business case. Recommendation B is to approve an allocation of 3.014 million from its capital reserves to increase the current subject to approval budget from 5 million to the forecast construction cost of 8.014 million. And recommendation C is to approve the total 8.014 million for the construction phase of the project, including the reprofiling of the project budget. Thank you. I commend the paper to the board.
Thank you, Nathan. Any comments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith.
Okay, so I try not to sound like a record stuck in the groove. So, welcome the environmental enhancements on this. Welcome a focus on sustainable travel. Don't welcome improved roads, because when you say improved journey times, all that does is increase car use. So again, I can't support this for that reason, because it will increase and encourage car use. If the focus was on improvements to the roads to allow buses and so on to run freely, then that would be a different matter. But I'm not seeing that. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Actually, Nathan, do you want to come in and say if anything to that challenge from Councillor Smith in regards to the benefits of this proposal?
Yes.
Oh, actually, maybe that's probably a bit unfair. Can I allow Roland to come in? Sorry, Roland, do you want the challenge?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Smith, and I do take on board the challenge very seriously. However, we do have some issues in terms of where we currently are in transport and where we absolutely want to be. And far from encouraging more car use, we do have a commitment within our local transport and connectivity plan to look at a reduction in car use, but that is across the region, and there will be a need to resolve some of our existing traffic challenges as we move forward to the overall climate challenge that we're committed to as well. This scheme has predominantly been seen historically as purely a highway scheme, where it's an interaction between the strategic road network and the parkway, the vital parkway network that Peterborough is based upon. It is one of only 3 river crossings in the Peterborough location for connectivity, and it has an impact of through traffic as well as Peterborough traffic. It's vital that we look at improvements such as this, even though there might be highways improvements, to encourage flow through rather than traffic being pushed into the local road network that may create even greater challenges climate-wise. We have worked very closely with Peterborough City Council officers, and Nathan himself has worked very closely with them, and we've worked very closely at transitioning this from where it has been perceived as purely a highways project into a project that does have enhancements in the local area environmentally, and cycling and walking and sustainability, and efforts being put into the environmental impact assessment and reference to the biodiversity net zero gain of 10%. So it forms part of an overall move in the direction that we're all aiming to get to. But I do take the seriousness of the challenge of the earlier speaker, and equally Councillor Smith in this case.
Thank you, Roland, for at least some feedback on that question. Councillor Fitzgerald, are you keen to talk?
I can, thank you, Roland. You said most of what I was going to say, because you're wrong, basically. You said, let you know you're wrong, because what this actually does is make less congestion, less pollution, because you've got a junction here that, as Roland says, that is very arterial, crosses the river, it meets the A47, the Highways Agency. It's a very, very busy junction. And what happens is cars sit there and spew out fumes and carbon and everything else rather than going through the junction. I don't think for 1 minute it will increase or encourage more road users. There is a finite number of road users in Peterborough if we take an average. As we move more towards electric cars, and I will remind you, Peterborough is leading the way in electric cars, with more electric cars than anywhere else in the country. So it is actually, and not forgetting Councillor Bowden's knees that he eloquently spoke about before, we are trying to combat all those things. So this junction is much needed. It's been thought through. It will reduce congestion, in my view, and thus less carbon, and that is a good thing. So I would welcome that we press on with this, and I also would take as read, even though I think you acknowledged it, the team in Peterborough very much have climate change as top of their agenda. We are leading the way. We're the 10th greenest city in the country. We are championing our net zero carbon challenge by 2030. Not many people in the country are saying that, and we're doing all we can to achieve it. So this to us is, you know, everything that is put forward cannot achieve net carbon zero. And, you know, if you're asking me, well, the benefits, well, this clearly to me, the benefits are for road users. And it also relates back to some of that active travel funding, because some of that is going into an adjacent scheme that links that particular section where this is back to Breton. So you'd have to know the area. So all this ties together quite nicely, and cars aren't going away. They're not going away. They may get cleaner and they may get greener, but for the time being, we have to deal with the here and now.
Through the chair, yes, if you want to come back.
Thank you. You are welcome, Councillor Fitzgerald, to say that, in your opinion, I am wrong. You are not welcome to accuse me of just being wrong, because that's accusing me of lying. And I don't think, I don't think my view is considered wrong by everybody.
You asked for the challenge.
And if I may, it's a matter of courtesy, Councillor Fitzgerald, right? A matter of concern, of common courtesy. And on the subject of electric cars, mine is parked outside. I hope yours is too.
Councillor Fitzgerald,
I would just respond in a polite way. Come back, I wasn't accusing you of lying. You said, please tell me if I'm wrong. That's what you actually said. And I told you you were wrong. And that is my opinion. And my hybrid electric car is parked outside.
Okay, right. Now that we've talking about our individual car, have you got an electric car, Austin?
That's it's not a subject to get me on, frankly.
No, we're not taking a vote on that. Austin, do you want to come in?
I bought a new car recently, and I did inquire about a hybrid version, and yesterday it would have got me from my house to Sheffield and no further, unfortunately. So there you go. But let's move away from that issue if we can. I do worry about approving construction projects, because in the main, they from what I've seen, they often overspend and take longer than we think. I just like to ask, and I'm in support of this, but just for my own peace of mind, could I just ask Roland, what's his confidence level that this will get delivered to plan and in cost, please?
Okay, it was Roland who was asked the question. So Roland, Could you, Councillor Herbert, please,
I'll
Roland, you just come in and then we can go move to a vote.
Yeah, I'll happily come in answer to that directly. My confidence is high. Peterborough City Council have historically delivered to-time and budget on their construction costs in the majority of cases, and the ones where they haven't, it's been external forces outside of their control with utilities very often, which can always be a problem. But my confidence is very high on this particular project, and that's partly because of the efforts that the Peterborough City Council team have undertaken, Nathan has undertaken, and the supply chain that is delivering on behalf of Peterborough City Council, because we've put this particular scheme under quite significant scrutiny during the course of this year in particular.
You have one sentence, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Peterborough City Council has an award-winning highways team across, and as Lucy knows, across the county, and I have every confidence in them.
That's more than one sentence.
No, it was a long sentence, mind you.
Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald, we're going to move to the vote. I am moving these recommendations from the chair. Councillor Fitzgerald, do I have a seconder? Councillor Fitzgerald, okay. To be approved, recommendation requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members appointed by constituent councils present and voting to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council or their substitute members. Deputy Monitoring Officer will confirm the outcome of this vote. Votes in favour, please raise your hands. Votes against and abstaining. Okay, can we, by a majority, thank you. It's 1:30, it's part 5. Is everybody okay just to crack on? Okay, part 5 of the agenda contains recommendations which are being made to the Combined Authority by the Skills Committee. Item 5.1 is Adult Education Budget Commissioning Approach and Statement for 2022-23 onwards. Parminder Singh Garcha, Senior Responsible Officer for Adult Education, is attending remotely, and you will now introduce the report. Good afternoon, Parminder. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, members, Mayor. So this report seeks approval for our approach to the future commissioning of the devolved adult education budget for 2022-23 academic year onwards. This was debated by the Skills Committee on the 10th of November, and the discussions are summarised in the report. It was resolved unanimously to recommend to the board. Members will be aware that we have a recurrent annual revenue budget of 12 million, and will have heard as part of the budget report earlier this morning about the forecast underspend in the devolved AEB budget line. Commissioning, of course, is our main lever for driving improvement in adult skills, innovating and delivering greater impact for both our economy and our communities, ensuring closer alignment with our employment and skills strategy to address systemic inequalities, labour shortages in the economy, raising aspirations, and through upskilling, increasing productivity, and in turn delivering prosperity for all. So firstly, I'd like to take the board through some of the background. In 2019, the Combined Authority adopted a dual approach for commissioning of AEB, a combination of grant funding agreements for our colleges and our 2 local authority adult education services. And we procured contracts for services for private and third sector training providers. And for context, Appendix 1 sets out the position with AEB funding allocations for the current academic year. In respect of the contracts for services, the original procurement from 2019 was awarded on a 3-year basis. Therefore, the Combined Authority will need to recommission for the 2022-23 academic year, and subject to approval, it is proposed to launch an open procurement round in January 2022 for up to 3 million of AEB per year, with contracts let for up to 5 years, subject to annual performance. We currently contract for 1.8 million with independent training providers, and we will be increasing this to 3 million in order to diversify our provider base and increase capacity. The timeline for procurement is shown in page 28 of the report to the Skills Committee and commences in January. We're proposing to split the 3 million into 4 themes, and these are a youth offer for 19 to 24-year-olds, pathways and skills support for the unemployed, employer responsive provision, which will focus on acute labour market shortages, and first full level 2 and full level 3 for those aged 24 plus. There will also be a geographic focus to ensure that we have sufficient provision in Peterborough and Fenland, where skills levels are the lowest in our sub-region, but also to tackle gaps in provision in the rest of Cambridgeshire. In respect of grant-funded colleges and local authorities, we seek approval to implement 3-year plan-led funding. The Department for Education has consulted on multi-year funding as part of its recent consultation, but in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, we'd very much like to lead the way in implementing this for 2022-23 academic year. The advantage of a plan-led approach rather than annual funding allocations being calculated and issued is that it really pivots us towards a more transformational rather than transactional relationship with our colleges and local authorities. It provides stability, builds trust, and enables grant providers to plan over the medium term, better aligning to our employment and skills strategy, and to make the necessary investments in staff recruitment, training, resources, curriculum and infrastructure. It's proposed to collaborate and co-design the underpinning processes with our colleges and local authority partners. So to summarise, this report seeks approval for the proposed commissioning approach to undertake open and competitive procurement process to secure quality independent training providers and funding up to 3 million of AEB awarded under contracts for services for a 5-year period from 1st of August 22 to 31st of July 2027, and to seek approval to implement a 3-year plan-led funding approach for colleges and local authority providers, and to obtain the necessary delegations to the Director of Business and Skills to enter into grant agreements and contracts. So thank you, members, and I commend this paper to the board.
Thank you, Parminder. Councillor Nasinger, do you want to comment in your capacity as the lead member for skills?
I will be very brief in my comments, just to say that this was very thoroughly supported at the Skills Committee. There was widespread support for this approach, and I hope everyone will support it today.
That was very brief. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. It does seem we're upping our game on this, and this is very, very encouraging. When will the mapping work on the cold spots be completed by? Because I think we'd all be very interested in that.
Okay, good challenge. A good question, sorry, rather than challenge. Parminder, do you want to come in there, or I see John's there as well, but I'll go to Parminder first.
Yes, we have the first draft of that piece of work, so it will be released imminently.
Imminently in a week or imminently in a month?
It will be. We're planning to take it to the Skills Committee first. So the next meeting is in January.
Okay,
so we'll go through that process.
Following due process. Thank
yes.
You. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Smith for raising the issue of cold spots, which particularly affects my area, but it can affect areas all around Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And it was partly in connection with that. I didn't see any significant mention of e-learning as part of the process that we are talking about. And given the existence of cold spots, it seemed to me that e-learning is an opportunity which should be more emphasized maybe than we've got at the moment, given the significant number of individuals who can't actually get physically to a location where they can benefit from what we are saying we want to be the UK's most innovative and adaptive adult education system. Thank you, Mayor.
Parminder, another challenge, e-learning. Are we missing a trick here? Can you come in about that, the comment?
Not at all. We already have e-learning as part of the mix of provision that is already in place. There was a big transition to e-learning during the lockdown, and we actually commissioned a specialist e-learning provider already as part of our procurement. The detail will be in the tender specifications when they come out, and e-learning and blended learning will be a part of that.
Do you want to? That's a nod of approval, so well done. Thank you. I kind of knew you had it, and but just gave you the chance to say it. Okay. Any other? Yep, coming back, Councillor Singer.
I'll be equally brief if I can. It's just to say that this is a really important budget. The adult education budget is very important, but it's also quite frustrating that the amount that we have to spend on this is so small, and our flexibility with it is also quite small. And if we can, as a board, kind of take on board the idea that actually we really need to be able to have more influence in the area of skills, and particularly in the wider area of how FE colleges work, it would be brilliant to be able to do that, because this is a tiny proportion of the government spending in this area.
Okay, I'm obviously acknowledging the expertise of our CEO. I'll just ask maybe if Ali wants to comment on that.
Well, I suspect I'm probably guilty in a former life for the amount of money that comes into the area, so I should probably apologise. I think it is very much on our agenda and front of mind, so I'm delighted to hear the board talk so passionately about skills. Skills in terms of economic growth and recovery from the pandemic are absolutely key to this area, and our work with our colleges and indeed other providers is something where we know we want to do even more to encourage and challenge them to work with us and to go further faster.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Bailey, do you want to go in?
One very brief comment in that I note that it always references as the cold spot being Ely. Of course, it's East Cambs as a whole that has difficulty with access to further education. Ely is the obvious point, and you know, I know that our member from East Cambs is an Ely member, so it doesn't surprise me to see the word Ely there constantly, but it is frankly the whole of East Cambridgeshire where our provision is woeful. I mean, we've got one sixth form college with still, although we're heavily supporting it, a very limited range, and none of the funding I can see has come our way, because we haven't got a ready FE college to spend it on. So it is the whole of East Cambs, not just Ely. I know Lucy knows it.
A point to note there for our team. Any more comment, or that can we move on? We can move on, right, fine. Right, Councillor Singer, do you have a seconder for the recommendations? Yeah, you're proposing it, yeah, so you're moving it. Do you have a seconder? I'm going to, Councillor Bailey is the seconder. Can we go for the vote? Those in favour, please raise your hands. That's a unanimous. Part 6 now moves to agenda recommendations which have been made to the Combined Authority Board by the Business Board. I would remind members that when the Combined Authority Board takes decisions as an accountable body for the Business Board, it is committed to acting in line with our assurance framework in the interest of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area as a whole, and taking decisions based on the recommendations of the Business Board. Item 6.1 is the Strategic Funding Management Review, November 2021, and Project Change Request. Before I ask officers to introduce the report, I would just make the board aware that the recommendation B was amended by the Business Board to specify that the monitoring officer should be authorised to make any relevant changes to the local assurance framework rather than officers as shown on the report. So that is the wording which we are being asked to approve. So just to repeat that, B was amended by the Business Board to specify that the monitoring officer should be authorised to make any relevant changes to the local assurance framework rather than officers. So at this point, Steve Clark rejoins us remotely to introduce the report. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. So this paper is asking the Combined Authority Board to approve the Business Board's recommendation in relation to a project change request from the University of Peterborough Phase 2. project and the proposed strategy that the business board agreed on at its meeting on the 8th of November. These were proposals considered by the business board as part of its role in monitoring of performance of its awarded funds and the project delivery of those projects. Dealing with the project change request, the business board was asked to consider that change request, which was in relation to the infrastructure element of the Manufacturing Materials Research and Development Centre, known as University Phase 2. This change request relates to a decrease in match funding contribution from Peterborough City Council towards the project supporting infrastructure, this being the appropriate car parking solution that would comply with the minimum approved planning requirements for the Phase 2. The original approved project plan had Peterborough City Council providing 1.9 million of funding as match against the 827,000 Getting Building Fund grant. This original budget was to deliver a larger, much more permanent car park infrastructure, which was supporting not only the Phase 2, but the wider and future university phases. But planning approval only requires that 128 space surface car park is required for the project. And so hence Peterborough City Council are asking and seeking to reduce the overall size and scope of the car park, which in turn reduces the total budget required to deliver that car park. The reduced amount of funding from Peterborough City Council will be up to 500,000 provisioned in their budget. This meaning the intervention rate of the Getting Building Fund has been increased. On the business board recycled funding investment strategy, the board discussed how it wanted to spend its recycled funding that it currently has at its disposal. And the business board has that funding being returned from Wisbeach Access Strategy Project, 3.7 million, sale of the IMET building, 2.25 million, and 1 million being returned from the closure of the Cambridge Autonomous Metro. The business board was asked to consider options of where to target and allocate this funding. And the options were A, to run an open call across the combined authority area projects to apply for that limited budget based on the current 2019 local industrial strategy criteria. B, to run a call for proposals for the 7 million, recycled LGF that it has at its disposal. Run a call in spring 22 based on a refreshed business and skills strategy, which is being developed to come to boards in March, and in parallel process this call in line with call for proposals to the UK Shared Prosperity funding that the combined authority is expected to be lead authority for, and also for any levelling up fund bids that are being developed, for example, Fenland's levelling up bid. This approach would enable leverage of that recycled funding by a factor of 10, given the government's likely requirement of at least 10% local match funding. Option C, to create and ring fence a project and service contingency fund to provide the ability for the business board to react and adapt to short-term market opportunities that might provide significant increases to outcomes of existing services or projects. For example, the early stage of the growth work service has already identified gaps emerging between service demand, outcome opportunities, and the resources available to bring those forward. So the fund could provide significant increases in outcomes in the short term from relatively modest levels of investment into projects, with it, for example, bids up to 400,000 could be considered. Given the recycle funds are modest, allocating a significant proportion, for example, 85% of those funds to option B to support large-scale levelling up and UK SPF bids with a strong leverage and high impact has advantages as probably the best value for money option. However, reserving 15% of the funds for the option C that we outlined for short-term high-impact adaptations to existing projects provides tactical benefits as the best way to balance long-term value for money and short-term agility and delivery and responsiveness to demand. The business board is recommending that the combined authority approves the proposed strategy for investing the recycle funds as an 85%, 15% mix between option B and option C respectively. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Austin, do you want to comment on the recommendations in your capacity as chair of the business board? And then I'll open it up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Steve. There's a lot of moving parts to take in there. If I might try and boil it down in simple terms then, the recycle funding, circa £6 million, as Steve said, the business board's recommendation, and a unanimous one on behalf of the business board, was to split that into two categories. The first category being 85% of that funding to be used to support, and there is a caveat with this from the board, which I promised to bring this message to the table today, that the intention is to try and use that funding as seed funding to leverage the larger opportunities that come from taking 10% seed funding out of what was the remnants of the local growth fund and using it to really capitalise on the larger opportunities that the government are making available to us through the Levelling Up Fund, which are opportunities circa £20 million a throw. That requires, though, a very joined up approach to large scale ambitious projects. Now, we're prepared to put that money behind those projects, but we are not the people that are coming up with the ideas. That is down to local councillors and the people around this room to corral those ideas and opportunities that we can usefully use this funding to seed fund and use as leverage to go after very much larger and more ambitious projects and clearly available funding. That is exactly the model that we used for phase 3 university bid, which we were very successful on. But to continue in that cycle, we really do need the help of everyone around the room to come up with the ideas and to shape them going forward, please.
Thank you for the challenge. Does anybody want to come in and comment? Councillor Bowden.
I very much welcome the comment that was made that one possibility for the utilisation of this fund would be to support the Fenland Luff bid, which is likely to concentrate around Wisbech. And may I ask if it could be noted that the majority of the funds which make up this new fund have actually been reallocated from Wisbech itself, and so it might be not inappropriate for some of those funds to go back in the same direction. Thank you, Mayor.
It will be noted. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Can I just ask Austin, so in coming up with these options A, B, and C, and the funding split between them, what engagement has there been outside of the business board, including with our local authority teams involved in these fields, please?
Well, maybe Steve would like to comment on his interactions with the local council.
Steve, do you want to kind of come on to that question?
Yes. Yeah, there's been some discussion about what pipeline of projects, the sheer size of it, and what we might do to target. But there's been recognition also that obviously we have 350 million in our pipeline of possible projects currently. So I've had discussions with each of the economic development team managers in terms of, what projects could fit, and clearly we cannot do them all. So this was a strategy to try and frame at this point in time how best we use our funds to support that. But clearly, yeah, we can't do it all.
Okay, I think Councillor Smith wants to come back.
Thank you. So my concern is, and I've struggled with this because it was a very thin paper, actually, you know, is it the pipeline of projects that are driving the strategy, or is there a overarching strategy which will help decide what projects continue through that pipeline? Because it's feeling like the former.
I think on that one, I would defer to the chair of the business board around the vision, or indeed the strategy of the business board.
So I mean, this decision isn't being made down in the weeds with a long list of detailed projects, not least of which because the £300 million pipeline of opportunities from previous calls that we have yet been able to fund, what wasn't constructed cognizant of the government's changing the funding strategy. The £300 million pipeline is a pipeline that basically assumes that we would continue with some levelling up with some local growth funding. Now, government have made a decision that they're not going to do that, and the funding is going to come in a different form through the levelling up funding. And therefore, it is entirely appropriate, I feel, for the business board, which is made up of some very eminent business people in the local community, to make that call and debate that decision around generically what shape should the decision-making process take going forward about how we allocate the funds. And what I think they've very sensibly come up with, aided and abetted by the officers who gave us 3 recommendations to consider, is a mix of 2 of the recommendations that enables us to fully leverage the opportunity to use small amounts of funding to go after very large projects. Either 2, there isn't any other line of sight to finding that funding, and to leave us with a small residual amount of money to deal with any emergency situations that might arise over the next few weeks and months. And that seems a perfectly sensible decision for the business board to have made, and one that is perfectly within their remit and what we employ them to do, in fact, to bring those recommendations to this table.
Thank you for that clarity. Any more comments? I can't see anybody raised a hand. So I'm going to move to the vote. Austin, as the proposer, do we have a seconder? Councillor Bowden. Well, those in favour of the recommendations A and B, those in favour? Those against? I'm sorry, that's unanimous. Sorry, unanimously passed. Thank you, Steve. Just going to move on now to item 6.2, which is the, thank you, Councillor Fuller. Merry Christmas and all the best. I'll get it in there. I was going to say at the end, but all the best and thank you for it over the year. Item 6.2 is the Agritech sector strategy. Martin Lutman, Agritech Programme Manager, will introduce the report remotely.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, board members. My report asks the Combined Authority Board to formally adopt the Agritech strategy and the associated action plan, which have been approved by the Business Board at its meeting on the 8th of November. As some board members will be aware, Agritech was featured as one of the 4 important sectors in the local industrial strategy. And on the back of this, Promar International Limited was commissioned by the Combined Authority to produce a strategy which would then guide the Business Board in its decision-making and development of investment into this important sector. And the idea was it would then emulate the strategies produced for the other key sectors, which again had also been highlighted in the local industrial strategy. And a copy of Promar's report was linked in section 8.1 of this report. The Business Board concluded that although Promar's work had provided a helpful start to understand the makeup, strengths and opportunities of this important sector, it was felt that a much more succinct, focused piece of work was needed, which set out a much clearer set of recommendations, which will then enable the Business Board to focus its efforts and future funding investment decisions. Consequently, Agritech E, formerly known as Agritech East, was commissioned to deliver this work. So myself and Belinda Clark, who is the director of Agritech East, invited a number of senior representatives from and with an interest in Agritech to a virtual workshop on the 24th September. and we collected views and opinions on what the CPCA should be doing to fully support the area's agri-tech ecosystem. The upshot of that then led to the report, which is in front of you, produced by Belinda. So in essence, the report contains 14 possible interventions grouped around 5 key themes. And under each recommendation, there are several suggested actions. In the interest of time there, I'm not proposing to go through those. They're all in front of you. But the main thrust of the report that I want to emphasize is that the CPCA geography is becoming globally renowned for agri-tech in its widest sense, and stakeholders across the agri-tech value chain. And that there is a clear opportunity to build on this excellence, and we must not miss that opportunity. There are a number of key interventions. So, for example, it's making sure that we do provide this continuing enabling environment for agri-tech businesses to set up, scale up, and then there's a recommendation that we ought to provide some specific support to enable farmers and growers to de-risk the impact on them, with the need to import technology options, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And skills development is also a key part of that. In addition, there is an appetite to develop a clear understanding of the assets within our area, and then to support the ongoing engagement with neighbouring LEPs, particularly New Anglia LEP and Greater Lincolnshire LEP. So the action plan, which accompanies the report, has been colour-coded. That's Appendix Iv of the action plan, and it's been colour-coded in terms of importance and potential budget opportunities. But the idea then, if the board is minded to approve, then we would begin to work up some business cases, which would be submitted and approved hopefully by the business board, and then would then come forward to the CA board for ultimate approval. That concludes my presentation, Mayor, and I commend the report to the board.
Thank you, Martin. Austin, do you want to make a comment here about this excellent report before any further discussion?
Yes, thank you. I mean, just to recap, and apologies to the members of the board here that this is long overdue. It's taken some time to get to where it is. Pretty well all the other sector strategies were resolved some time ago. And the reason for that is that we paid a third-party consultancy to do the report. It came back to the board and we weren't happy with it on a number of fronts, not least of which it had a 19-page executive summary trying to decant it all down into what was important. So we've had a second attempt at this, and this is summarised here, and the deliverables were to give us a prioritised list of actions to help us to understand what the impact of those actions might be, what the costs would be, so that we've got a direct feed here now as we look at funding and opportunities for this particular sector to rightly prioritise them. This sector, the funding to support this sector comes from a multitude of sources. So it's not quite as straightforward as some of the things that we look at. But all the more reason then that we have a very, very clear plan of what this sector needs and in what order of priority and where, so that we can then set officers about chasing for the requisite pockets of funding to deliver it. And that's what's being presented today.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to kind of open up some discussion about agri-tech? Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to massively support. I was really excited when I saw this report. It's, I think it's a fantastic example of how to set out a really good report, because it's really short, it's really tight, it's really focused. It didn't take me long to completely get my head around what the plan is, what's happening, what the actions are, holding ourselves to account. The recommendations are really tight, really specific. We know what we're getting from them. We know an indicative cost for them. We know when the priority of them and how quickly they can come forward. And I just thought it's an incredibly well written report and a bit of a lesson maybe on how we can do things better for the future, because we get a lot of reports through this board, and this one was just really easy to get my head around, and I massively support it. I think it's a sector that's a massive unsung, untapped potential in our region that we should it should be front and center, and we should be celebrating from the rooftops what we've already got and massively investing in it, because we are the area that can and is and should be doing this and leading the way globally, not just in the UK, and we already are. We've got some massive innovation going on. It's incredibly exciting. I'm very excited to see this. I think the upcoming skills stuff around this is really important, and I think it's a great report. I'm very, very pleased to support it, and thank you to the Business Board for putting it forward in this way. I didn't see the previous iteration, but this is definitely good, so really happy.
Good news. Is anybody? Oh, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. In respect of recommendation 4 in particular, which makes reference to the high quality Fenland peat soils and agriculture within Fenland, I think it's very important indeed, and it is stated in here that understanding Fenland agriculture isn't necessarily within the scope of this piece of work. Fenland is not an area with uniformly high quality peat soils. It probably was, with the exception of the few islands like Whittlesea and March and Chatteris a few hundred years ago. But now a great deal of that peat has been completely denuded, and much of the rest has been largely denuded. So I'm just asking, how is it expected that there will be interaction with farmers in particular in Fenland in order to understand the granularity of the differences which exist within Fenland so far as soils are concerned? And I would point out that so far as peat is concerned, there is far more peat now, as far as the Fens are concerned, outside Fenland than inside Fenland.
I don't know. Do you want to come back and comment on that?
Yeah, sure, by all means. First of all, I'm not an expert in terms of peat and such like, but I do work very closely with people like NIAB and also the NFU, who know more about that than myself. But the intention is that through various groups that we are linked into, not least through Agritech East, where we do have access to a number of critical farmers and growers, this is very much part and parcel of that conversation, as is carbon retention and carbon capture, which again is a key thing for most farmers and growers in our area.
I just would also make the comment. I mean, I agree with Councillor Bay, an excellent report, and looking at recommendation 4 about the harnessing agri-tech as an enabler for the net zero journey in the CPCA geography is just to offer reassurance that farmers per se and the farming community have a good representation in the climate group that we're putting together. And the idea would be, I would absolutely expect that there'd be lots of collaboration, something that we're trying to ensure between all the directorates, all the reports, so that they're all aligned, so very much linked in.
Mayor, the point I was trying to make is, please don't assume all Fenland farmers farm areas which are rich in peat.
Oh, right,
it's a common misconception that Fenland is awash with peat, and I'm sorry to say that in significant areas, particularly where there's been intensive farming over centuries, there is little or no peat left, and it's just that it's necessary to understand the granularity of the differences between different areas within Fenland, rather than just put all of Fenland into the category high peat area.
It's a point well made and will be noted. Do you want to come back, Councillor Bay?
So just one very quick thing. I think it's important that, I don't know if it's to do with this, but at some point that I would like to have a better understanding about the national conversation around land use and the importance of farmland and land to grow food, because I get really anxious when I see a lot of applications coming forward on agricultural land that is not about growing food, or sometimes it's about growing food in a radically different way, and you just think, is that really the most efficient use of the acreage? And I'm not educated enough on this subject, but I just get really anxious, and I know my residents get really anxious when thousands and thousands of acres of farmland are going out of use for food production, and our food security is really important. And if we haven't got anything to say about that in this region, something's wrong. So it's probably I've hijacked this item to say it, but I've done it now. So.
Well, It's noted. I think there's challenges there in regard to this report, but also, as I was saying, I think lots of examples. So maybe the combined authority can be part of the bigger picture looking at that. So yeah, I'll try to find a way to, and if anybody's got any direct suggestions about how we can all learn a little bit more, I would acknowledge my absence of information there. Councillor Singer.
It's not really on this report. It was just following up on Anna's comment, and I think it's a really good one, and I would really welcome that too. And it's an area that cuts across so many different bits of our work. We've got a new kind of workshop thing in January. I think it's probably too soon to include that in that one, but sometime I think it would be a really interesting thing for us to get some outside experts in to come and talk to us about one of those workshops. Thank you.
Okay, fine. I'm taking Austin as the proposer for this report. So the seconder, I love to second it. Okay, Councillor Bailey is the seconder. So those in favour, please raise your hands. Obviously, we're missing Councillor Fitzgerald. So yes, he did. So that's a unanimous, but with the absence of one member. Okay, passed unanimously. Moving on to our business board annual report, which you now have in hard copy. Thank you for bringing those, Austin. So Dominica Cirillo rejoins us remotely to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is being brought to the Combined Authority Board for noting. The Business Board is required to produce an annual report each financial year as a requirement as a LEP. This year we wanted, the chair and the board wanted to take a bit of a different approach rather than just being a governance process that we just undertake for Bayes colleagues. This year we really wanted to better publicise what the Business Board has achieved since its inception 3 years ago, and the direction in which it's heading in the future, and to better articulate case studies and really better signposts to support that's available to our business community. So off the back of that, we produced this year's annual report, which has been shared with members today, and I hope that's been well received. That's going to be published on our website together with the kind of the phase 2 of what we've been asked to look at. Phase 2 will include producing an online dashboard, kind of a microsite to support our main Combined Authority website and business board pages, to really provide business insight and intelligence observatory function to the business community around the kind of data and insight that we can provide to help support them make their decisions, and also what we're using to determine our own strategic priorities going forward as well. That dashboard will be completed and hopefully up and running by late January time in the new year. The board will also note that a recommendation has been put before the Business Board to approve a slight underspend on the Business Board performance evaluation that we're undertaking at the moment, that coming lower than what we anticipated in terms of budget. And subsequently, the next phase of this bit of work, looking at the microsite and that intelligence dashboard for the Business Board, has come in a little bit more than we anticipated when we originally quoted for and budgeted. So the Business Board did agree that we could use the unspend on the performance evaluation and pump run the gap funding that's required for this next phase of the work. So with that, I will finish and commend the report to the board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Domenico. This is for noting, but do you want to make a final, another final comment? Do you want to make a first comment, Austin, and then we'll see.
Yes, thank you. I mean, there's a number of points. I'm not going to go on for a long time here, but I'll leave you to read the report. You know, one of the principles that underpins the Business Board is a great believer in under promising and over delivering. And, you know, the business board have been quietly beavering away for 2 years. And this report, I think, summarises very neatly a number of the great achievements that have been made. And testimony to that, if you go to the highlights page, when we reflect on the efficacy of the investments that have been made by this board, they are pretty well 10 times better than anything that had gone before with the previous boards running this environment, with the previous LEP. And we should be very, very grateful, I think, to John T. Hill and his team for all their hard work. We just pitch up and tickle these things along and try and make well-informed decisions, but they present us with the opportunities and then they go away and deliver them, and they have done quite successfully. There is an ongoing review of the LEPs in the UK, and some of you will know me well, that I'm not a great fan of the LEPs actually. Some of them are pitiful in the UK in the way they operate and what they've delivered. I had a conversation with the chair of the LEP network in the UK, and I sent him a copy of this report, and his feedback was that this would certainly put us in the top quartile and possibly in the top 3 performing LEPs in the UK. And that's a remarkable achievement that these guys have achieved when you consider 2 years ago, we were a year behind plan. We'd had to disable the previous board for various reasons. We got some very poor investments, the likes of the IMET, which we've subsequently had to clean up and find a different way forward. You know, the wheels were well and truly off the bus. And I remember my first meeting with Bays, and they were pretty disappointed in what had gone before, and were very hopeful that things would improve because the previous audit by Bays had substantial room for improvement. We fixed all those things. We put the processes in place. We've got some great people associated with this, some of which we've heard today, and they've been led by an awesome guy in John T. Hill to bring us to this point, and we should be very grateful for that. Thank you. The purpose of the report is not just to make us all feel good. We felt it was quite important that for one, going forward as we're bidding new projects, that we've got something like this that we can put with the bid pack that really does reinforce and make a statement about the fact that if government are prepared to support us with funding, that they can be assured that we've got really robust processes to deal with the allocation of it, and that we're totally committed and we've got a reputation for delivering and returning on the investments that we make. That's really the purpose of it. Thank you.
Thank you for such wonderful positivity, and yes, I would echo every single sentiment you made there, Austin. So, does anyone want to talk about it? I see. Oh, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I welcome the report, Austin, and I also echo all your sentiments about John in particular. But I would also like the board to acknowledge your role in this progress in terms of where we are today. I don't mention it often, it's every now and again, but I was in from the beginning, as you know, with the business board, and went away, and now seem to be back again. So I think you've done a remarkable job in steering the team to get those praises from external people. It is very good, and I would add my praises to your contribution also.
Thank you, and all that wonderful words. Any more comments before we go to the vote? Oh, sorry, it's not even to vote, it's just a note. So we've noted it, we can move on. And then, part 7, that final deep breath. Part 7 of the agenda is governance reports. Item 7.1 relates to combined authority committee membership changes and business board substitutes. Rochelle, you're here. Rochelle, Deputy Monitoring Officer, will you introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. So this report concerns membership changes and the business board substitute. The board is asked to ratify the appointment by Finland District Council of Councillor Samantha Hoy, who is replacing Councillor Bowden on the Housing Committee. to also ratify the appointment by East Cambs District Council of Councillor Bolvingdon on the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, who is replacing Councillor Schumann. The board is asked to approve the reappointment of Councillor Bailey as the substitute member for the Mayor and lead member of Economic Growth for the Business Board. And the board is also asked to note the appointment by Peterborough City Council of Councillor Amjad Iqbal on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, who is replacing Councillor Shaz Nawaz. Happy to take any questions. Thank you, board.
It's for noting. Can we move on? It's noted.
It's not for noting.
Oh gosh, sorry. It's well, we'll go straight to the vote unless anybody went no. Okay, we're going to go for a vote. Those in favour. There isn't a legal. Actually, sorry, you've made a. Sorry.
You're quite in fact right. Yes, we can't. Councillor Bailey shouldn't be in voting for herself.
Okay, stand down. Can stand down. So we're going to vote with the exception of Councillor Bailey. All right. Well, we've done it. Okay. So Austin, agreed? Yes, all agreed. You know, and that's yeah. Okay, fine. Right, I've done that. So item 7.2 is the annotated forward plan. Are there any decisions on the forward plan which are allocated to the executive committees which members think should be dealt with by the Combined Authority Board instead, or any other questions or comments on the forward plan? I see no indication. In that case, we will move to the vote. I'm moving the recommendation to approve the forward plan for November. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Singer, thank you. Votes for? Unanimous? Yeah, okay, that's passed unanimously. And the final item on today's agenda is item 7.3, the performance report. The version of this report, which was initially published with the agenda, was an early version, but the correct version was published on the 17th of November, and a copy sent electronically to all members of the board. Nathan Bunting, Programme Coordinator, will introduce the report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So item 7.3 is the updated regular Combined Authority performance report. The project RAG ratings continue to be updated monthly as part of the standard management processes. And Appendix 1 includes the RAG status of the Combined Authority's key projects, as well as the overall movement of all projects. Note that the CAM is shown as amber, but is due to close this month following October board decision. Appendix 1 also provides detail on how the area is delivering against its key metrics, GVA, housing and jobs. As there have been no updates to the national statistics metrics from the previous report, Appendix 1 underneath each graph offers a narrative on how the region has been impacted by COVID and gives an indication of what the future data may show by looking at other data sets. The data we have reviewed is largely showing that fundamentals in our local economy have remained strong despite the COVID shock. A proposal for future performance reporting arrangements with a stronger outcome focus will be brought forward to the January board. The details of that will reflect decisions the board take about policy priorities through the proposed Sustainable Growth Ambition Statement. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. As you say, performance reports are going to be a work in progress, but in regard to today's performance report, does anybody want to make any comment? Okay, so we will note the latest performance dashboard, which we have now done, and I'm ready to move on. So the board will meet next on Wednesday, the 26th of January, 2022. When I heard that, I noted that meant we had a month off for good behaviour, apparently. So thank you all to attending for today, and for those certainly watching the meeting on the live stream as a recording. Just to note, we're obviously meeting at Alconbury, famously linked in with the USAF. It's Happy Thanksgiving Day for those who are aware for tomorrow. And I just wanted to say a personal thank you, knowing that next time we meet as a board, it will be in the new year. So particularly to all of you board members, thank you for your support, and particularly thank you for your patience. I realise that things made a significant change in my life and probably yours in terms of how we're meeting at the moment. I want to say thank you to all the staff within the Combined Authority. Thank you to my new CEO. And basically, it was probably a bit early to wish Ryan as he left, but as we're not meeting till then, officially, Merry Christmas and all the best for a very happy New Year. Maybe a bit premature, but thank you. Okay, the meeting is now closed.